Good morning, everyone. Board members are taking their seats and we're ready to get going. Sorry, we're a few minutes late, but this is the TRPA Governing Board. I'm calling this meeting to order. The date is Wednesday, September 27th, and it is 10:45 in the morning. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine a quorum. Maria?
Miss Alding here. Miss Bowman here. Miss Conrad Seda
Here.
Miss Dis,
Here.
Miss Faustinos,
Here.
Mr. Friedrich,
Here.
Miss Gustafson,
Here.
Miss Hayes,
Here.
Miss Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Here.
Miss Lane,
Here.
Miss Lemire,
Here.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Settlemeyer, Miss Williamson. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Maria. I will now go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov and under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for September 27th, 2023. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as informational only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. Comments on items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. Members of the public participating via Zoom, identifying themselves with an obscene, slanderous, or offensive name will not be called on to make public comment. So we're giving you fair warning, be nice. So make sure. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. Finally, I would also like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. At the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. And board members who are in person, please raise your hand or shout at me, however you want to get my attention, and I will call on you to make your comments. And please keep your microphone and speakers turned off to prevent audio feedback in the room. So the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Vince, will you lead us in the pledge? Before we move on to the approval of the agenda, I wanted to welcome our newest governing board member. And if you would like to say a few words and introduce yourself, we would love that.
Great. Thanks so much. Alex Loomer, I just got appointed by the California Senate, and I'm so excited to be serving on the board with all of you. I'm really looking forward to getting to know all of you better.
And I understand you have a very long history here in the basin, right?
Yeah, 5th generation. My family came up here in the early 1900s and has been here since. Like I'm the first woman in my family who was not a teacher. So every generation has spent their entire summer here. Growing up, and Brooke's family and I go way back.
Well, we're so glad to have you filling the seat, and welcome.
Thank
you. Enjoy your first meeting. Thank you. Approval of the agenda. Moving on to the approval, are there any staff recommended changes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. We do have a change, and I'm going to ask our General Counsel, John Marshall, to articulate that.
As part of the outcome of the legal committee hearing the appeal, and Shelley, if you want to chime in on this, we propose to continue the appeal. And you'll hear more about probably some public comment on the chapter 90.2 definitional changes regarding expansions and modifications in the shore zone for piers. And so that was part of a kind of a package that we talked about at legal committee.
Thank you. And is that our only change, staff? I'm not hearing any others. No other changes. So with that, are there any objections from the board for that modification? Okay, then I would ask, we'll deem the agenda approved as amended. And I skipped ahead and already had welcomed Alex, so thank you for doing that. We'll move on now to approval of the minutes. Agenda item 4, we have a draft set of minutes from August 23rd, 2023 on page 15 of your packets. Does any member of the committee wish to make a change? I always look directly at you, Shelley.
Yes, I failed to get them to Maria before the meeting, but I do have some minor clerical changes that I would like to enter into the record. So with that, I'll move to approve the minutes from the governing board meeting of August 23rd, 2023 as amended.
Okay. Does anyone object to the modifications or anything else in the minutes? Okay, then we'll deem those, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Okay. We'll move on then to consent calendar, item number 5 on our agenda. There are 3 items on consent, 2 of which have been reviewed by the Operation and Governance Committee, and 1 which wasn't reviewed by any committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on, or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. Shelley, can we have a report from Operations and Governance?
Well, it was a rather slim agenda this morning. We unanimously approved the August financials and the release of FY 2024 Nevada funding to the Tahoe Transportation District for the cost of basic operations.
Mike? Consent item 3 is the APC membership reappointment for the Douglas County lay member Garth Alling. Information on this item can be found on page 87 of your packets. Are there any questions or comments from board members on this consent item? Not seeing any. So we'll go to public comment on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on this agenda item, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom of your Zoom screen. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to consent calendar? Okay. Do we have anyone online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment, and then I would look for a motion to approve our consent calendar.
So moved.
And should we do a roll call on this? I believe the answer is yes. Okay, please do a roll call on this item.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Lemire,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Maria. We'll now move on to planning matters, item 6 on our agenda. And 6A is the State of the Lake Report by Dr. Jeff Shadlaw of UC Davis, Tahoe. Information on this item can be found on page 89. And as a reminder to the public, since no action is being taken on this item, any member of the public is welcome to comment during our final public comment period at the end of the meeting. And did we receive any written public comments on this item? I don't believe we did. I didn't see him. Okay.
We did not.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to Julie to introduce Dr. Shadlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, governing board members, public and staff. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Schladow, who really needs no introduction, but I'm going to say a few words anyway. We've worked together nearly 20 years. For our newer members of the board who may not be as familiar with Dr. Schladow's background, he is a professor of civil and engineering and director of UC Davis's Tahoe Environmental Research Center here at the lake. He serves on numerous federal, state, and local committees and provides technical advice on lake issues, stream, estuary systems throughout the entire state. Past co-chair for one of the first co-chairs of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. And perhaps a little known fact, for some of you, Jeff led the development of the Lake Tahoe Clarity Model, which is really the backbone and fundamental science for the Lake Tahoe Maximum Daily Load, or TMDL, as we affectionately call it. We warned Alex that she'll have a new lexicon and acronyms after today. So the TMDL truly is the Lake Clarity's restoration plan that we've all rallied around to support to reduce pollutants to come into the lake. And Jeff's research and expertise really guided that process. So really great. It's a great pleasure to have Jeff here. He's done this report many years for this board, and Lake Clarity is always of great interest. I will say this year, invasive species will probably be of interest with the discovery of the New Zealand mud snail, but I will be covering a few updates in my executive director report for that. But as always, Jeff loves your questions. So I will turn it over to Dr. Schladow, and thank you for being here. And I will also I'd like to mention that Bob Larson in the back is with us as well. Bob is with the California Natural Resources Agency and is a program officer for the Tahoe Science Council. So wanted to thank Bob for being here as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Schladow, over to you.
Thank you, Julie. Any questions? Yeah, so I'm talking about the State of the Lake report today, which is this hefty tome. It's usually published online, but we do produce a few copies. So yeah, it's great for insomniacs. Oh, what happened? And back up. Okay. So even this group. All right. Whoop. As I said, any questions? I have one. How do you work this?
How many degrees does it take to work the remote control at the TRPA governing board meeting? Right there we go. While we're waiting, I will say again, Julie Reagan, for the record, I was at the presentation at the Grand Lebacan when Dr. Schladow delivered the State of the Lake, and the remote control had issues there. So I do think this is a trend that you need to add to your data points in your analysis, Jeff. I don't want to say it's user operator error, but just saying.
Only button you want to press is this one.
Oh, that one was going forward.
That's backwards.
Okay.
Have you got it back? Oh, there you see.
Okay, finally. Okay, so this is an abridged version of what we gave at Grand Lebacan a couple of months ago. So very quickly, the topics I will be covering here will be brr, it's cold. What's flipping happening? Anybody up for a day at the beach? Microplastics are here, there, and everywhere. Sorry, we're all out of the shrimp special. What has all this done to clarity, which is really where I think the interest of many of you and all of us lie. And finally, what is the state of the lake? So the first one, what's flipping happening? So what happened? Generally the state of the lake report covers the previous year, 2022. But at the beginning of 2023, the lake did what's called a complete turnover, meaning it mixed from top to bottom. And this is something that doesn't happen all that often in Lake Tahoe, typically every 4 or 5 years. So it is of interest. So the reason it happens, sort of contrary to what a lot of people think, is purely because of temperature. It isn't because of storms. It isn't because of snow. And even though this was an incredibly cold winter. So what that graph is showing, where the blue lines go all the way to the bottom, they're the years in which it mixed all the way to the bottom. And what that typically means at Lake Tahoe is the following set of events. So this is a typical thermal stratification in Lake Tahoe in summer. This is what it was like actually this summer. A month ago was about 73 degrees at the top, about 42 degrees at the bottom. As we go into fall, so literally where we will be in maybe 2 or 3 weeks, the top starts to cool and that top layer starts to deepen and mix. As we go into winter, it mixes deeper, it cools further, and usually that's where it stops. Spring comes and life goes on. What happened in sort of early 2023 is because of a few cold weeks, it mixed all the way to the bottom. November was the coldest month in over 100 years. December was almost as cold. So that's what drove this complete mixing. Is it good or is it bad for the lake? It's fantastic for the lake. And it's fantastic for every lake in which it takes place. And now the sort of the nerdy science bit, those of you who aren't into this, it won't take long, is all I can promise you. So that panel on the top is just showing sort of from about January through March, the colors indicate the temperatures in the lake. So in the top left-hand corner, that's the surface of the lake. In January, it's red, it's warm. And as we move towards the right, you see the colors are going more towards the blue. And you can see the colors are becoming more homogeneous. So there in about beginning of March, it's almost a uniform blue top to bottom. At that point, the lake has flipped. And it stays flipped. So if you look at that graph at the bottom, the black line, the one that refers to the left-hand axis, essentially shows that as soon as that happens, the temperature drops. It drops by a degree or half a degree Celsius, a degree Fahrenheit, and it continues gradually cooling down more and more. Oxygen, on the other hand, and this is the key thing about flipping, oxygen jumps and it stays high. So if this didn't happen, if flipping didn't happen every 3, 4, 5 years, oxygen wouldn't be rejuvenated at the bottom. So this is a good thing. And there've been lots of fears about, some of them prompted by me, oddly enough, that with climate change, maybe this process would slow down, that it wouldn't happen. And 20, 30 years from now, we'd have a different crisis. We'd have a lack of oxygen at the bottom of the lake. Some recent work we've done indicates that to date, there has been no climate change impact on the frequency of this mixing, which is good. Doesn't mean the next 20, 30, 40 years that won't happen. Okay. I guess let me go back. Okay, so wow. Cannot get decent help. Okay, anybody up for a day at the beach? Okay, this was Tahoe's beaches, not this summer. Tahoe's beaches this summer were great. This was September 2022. This is South Shore. This is pretty bad. This is pretty ugly. And that's not just the bottom of the lake you're seeing. That's algae to an intensity and an aerial spread that we haven't seen ever before. So algae or nearshore algae come in two flavors. One is called periphyton. That's the one on the left. It attaches to rocks. And part of what you saw there was just dead and dying periphyton. And there's also metaphyton. This is unattached. It just filamentous, floats around in the nearshore. So this is a view of, this is around Tahoe City. This is showing that sort of brownish area on the left is showing periphyton. This is observed from routine helicopter flights we do around the nearshore. If you look at the image on the right, you can see little rectangles. They're the individual helicopter images that are automatically stitched together and georectified, allowing us to quantify the aerial spread of the periphyton. So this was not good. It was not good for residents, wasn't good for tourism, it wasn't good for the environment. The metaphyton, these were more focused on the South Shore and parts of the East Shore. And you can see just that green-brown sludge there on, I think it's Kiva Beach, but everywhere, Baldwin Beach, Reagan Beach, everywhere along the South Shore was covered in these materials. There is a connection we're finding between metaphyton and Asian clams. So this is sort of maybe a little bit topical now because we've just learned of a new invasion by a different species. Sometimes invasive species take many years, sometimes decades to fully express themselves. So what you're seeing now is a diver moving across the bottom. And what you'll start to see soon are clamshells, they're dead clamshells on the surface, but you're going to see this green algae appearing more and more as more and more clams come into view. So we've seen this everywhere around the lake. In fact, it's detecting the metaphyton is what usually tells us there are clams in a particular region, because the clams burrow down into the sand typically. Okay. Okay, so in 2023, we launched a year-round 5-pronged monitoring strategy for the nearshore. And so the first part of this was, I guess, we use drones essentially in order to track periphyton and metaphyton. We use drones at a select number of sites. I think it's 8 sites around the lake every month. We go out, quantify them aerially. At the same time, we use helicopter flights around to do the entire lake at a slightly higher altitude. We have divers that go to those 8 sites, do ground truthing of what the drone is seeing in order to quantify what's happening. We use citizen science to engage the community. I mean, we can't see everything from 1,000 feet. It's hard to know if something is just pine cones metaphyton or a rock. Citizen science sometimes can confirm what we see. Sometimes they find new outbreaks. And finally, we have this nearshore network, a network of 10 real-time stations all around the lake measuring water quality parameters. So this project's actually funded by you, TRPA. Thank you. And it's in its first year now. And I think it's unique, not just unique at Tahoe, it's unique globally. Nobody is doing this. And I think with advances in machine learning, the helicopter flights and the drones will very quickly give us a much better handle on how conditions are changing. Okay, microplastics. You've heard a lot about microplastics in the press and everywhere in the last year. So we conducted with funding from NDEP, I guess, an entire year of monitoring surface plastics, plastics at depth, and yeah, they're there. They're everywhere. Shockingly to us, we sort of checked the data, checked it again, checked it a third time. Concentrations of microplastics in Lake Tahoe, pristine Lake Tahoe, where we export all our sewage, doesn't enter the lake, is higher than San Francisco Bay. And there are reasons for that. So what are these microplastics comprised of? There's polyethylene, there's polypropylene, there's all the usual suspects. And these are the things these plastics are used for. The polyethylene, which is the first one there, if you look, how that's used, that's in plastic wrap, it's in bags, it's in car tires. These are actually things we do have some control over. I mean, not easy to control them, but we could reduce the plastics by reducing, I guess, the abundance, the occurrence of some of those products in the basin. I'm not talking about getting rid of cars, but if you do less driving, there's less tire wear, less fragments going into the lake. Okay, we're all out of the shrimp special. Okay, so biologically, 2022 was the most different year in Lake Tahoe since science has been observing it. Since say 1968, we're observing it on a regular basis. Okay, well, just the brief history for those of you who haven't heard it before. Mysa shrimp were introduced in the 1960s as a way of improving fish size, not by me, not by us, but it was jointly by the California and Nevada Fish and Wildlife agencies, because they thought it was a good idea. It had worked in another lake, and anglers were just angling for bigger fish. It didn't work. We don't have to go into the reasons why it didn't work. I think what we're realizing is that it was probably a disaster in many ways. So the top graph there is showing from 2012 to the present, the population of Mysa shrimp in Lake Tahoe. We have two stations, one's in orange, one's in blue, and sometimes one is higher than the other, but they vary just for natural reasons. I want you to look at the very end part of that graph, and I'll enlarge it in a second. And what we see there right at the end is the population of Mysa shrimp disappear. Okay, so there's that same graph, just that period that was highlighted there. So you see them initially high, and then boom, they go down below that dashed line. So what that dashed line is a value of 27 Mysa shrimp per square yard, per square meter. And that was determined back in the 80s to be the level at which, or below that, other things can coexist with the Mysas. If they're above that, the Mysas would decimate what was in the lake, change the food web, and arguably be detrimental to the lake. So from that period, basically, they disappeared at that point. Not completely, but very low numbers. Okay, so here are the response of the zooplankton. So these are the microscopic animals in the lake. And I guess you're seeing three different ones. I can barely make out the words there, but the orange ones are the rotifers. Then there are the copepods, and then the cladocerans. So just putting some big fat arrows on here to make things clearer. Oops, sorry. And this is the response of clarity to all of that. So now I'm going to put some fat arrows there to make my message a little clearer. So that right there with the Mysas, that's about the time they went below that dashed line. So pretty much after that, we had these increases initially in the rotifers and then in the copepods and the cladosterates. Finally, during this whole period, when we suddenly had the reascendance of the native zooplankton in the absence of mysis, we had this improvement in the clarity. So on that scale, it doesn't look like that much of an improvement. What's he going on about? Okay, I'll come back to what I'm going on about. At the same time, there were other things happening in the lake. So this is algae. I mean, these are little, the phytoplankton, little plants. And this is showing the data back to the 1980s, sort of up to the present. And you sort of see that currently, in the last couple of years, are a lot of green dots that are very high, just as there were green dots very high early on. Again, what's this? This is algal biovolume. What that's saying is that 50 years ago and today, there's very high algal biovolume. That sort of sounds bad. It's actually good because we get high algal biovolume when we have big algae. They're the good ones. It's the small ones that impact clarity, the tiny ones. And even though there are a gazillion of them, when you add up all their volumes, it isn't very much. So point of this slide, something in the last couple of years is very similar to what it was 50 years ago, before any of you were born, and me. Okay, so I'm missing, actually, let me go back because I missed a couple of slides there. I mean, they just disappeared. Anyway, one of them was the key slide. So let me go back here and talk about it in words. So looking at that bottom clarity, the Secchi disk, essentially, if you plotted it as I did, but didn't somehow delete it from my deck, you would see that in this period from August to December 2022, 5 months, the clarity in Lake Tahoe was at a level it hadn't been at since the 1980s. So that was sort of the point of it. Is that to say, well, hey, mission accomplished, problem solved? No, because this is being driven based on these data by the absence of the mysis and the resurgence of other things. The mysis will come back. It's very difficult to totally eliminate an invasive species. And when they come back, everything we see there will be reversed. But there's a lesson. The lesson is maybe something's happening here that you as managers can use in addition to everything else that's being done. What's startling about this is how quickly it occurred. Literally in the period of 1 year, 2022 went from having possibly the worst clarity on record, the first 4 or 5 months looked terrible, to the best clarity in 40 years. So that things rarely happen that quickly, but it did. Okay. Okay, well, maybe this is where the slides I thought I missed exist. Actually, it is. All right, so this is what I was just talking about. I got to rehearse more. I really do. Gray dots there. The gray dots are all the individual Secchi depth, that white disc that we lower down, taken over the last 20 years, and the line is sort of the average through them. The blue dots are 2022, and you'll see on the left, the blue dots are all above that average line. That's what I was saying a minute ago. This looked like it could be one of the worst years ever, up through about May. I didn't tell Julie, didn't tell Dan, because I don't like to disappoint them until I have to. But then you look in the middle of the year, those blue dots literally cut through the pack, and they go down to being some of the best values of the last 20 years. And this is the slide I just described In words, this is the average secchi depth, August to December, and the red line is sort of projecting it back. So this is the average for every year, August to December. And you can see what I was saying, we haven't seen that level of clarity for most of our lives. That's maybe a better way to put it. Okay, trying to wrap up now. What is the state of the lake? We don't provide a scorecard, so you're not going to get a number from 1 to 10 because it's an impossible task. The current improvement in clarity is temporary. The MISIS will return, and with them, clarity will return to what it had been. So, but what 2022 taught us was that the system can change very quickly and in a very large way. And so now, what are the lessons that we and you and everybody else working on the lake can take away from this? Lesson 1, we have to measure more often. Right now, for the last 50, 60 years, measurements have been based in order to reveal status and trends. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Is it staying the same? When you go out and measure once a month, it doesn't tell you what's driving it, if it gets better or worse. So if that's what we want to know, and that's what you need to know if you're managing it, you need to measure more often. You need to measure more things in more places. Lesson 3, we have to measure smarter. I mean, right now we go out to the same place. Why that place? Well, I don't know, because the last guy went out to that place. Limnologists typically go to the deepest point in the lake, which is great because you think we get all the way top to the bottom. But if you're interested in the near shore, the middle of the lake is maybe the worst place. So we need to use models to guide both the monitoring strategies and experiments. And lesson 4 is, well, it's not just pick or choose, we have to do them all. So when will we achieve that? Big question. We have the infrastructure in place today. And this is sort of surprising, but literally over the last 20 years, we've been putting that infrastructure in place. So what does that infrastructure look like? Okay, so the red dots there indicate meteorological stations we have around the lake, reporting in real time, middle of the lake, around the lake. This is what you need. The meteorology drives many of the physical processes. You definitely need it for the model. So that's there, being built up over time. I mentioned before with the nearshore, we have this network of 10 stations around the lake, those blue dots that in real time are telling us the oxygen, the chlorophyll, the turbidity, the temperature, many places around the lake. We have autonomous vehicles that we can program, that will go out in the lake, that will literally go from north to south, east to west, top to bottom, for a month. So they don't have to be recharged, refueled. They have the capacity to go for a month, taking all these same kinds of water quality measurements. Right now, we're typically having them running for about a month, every second month. So gathering a tremendous amount of data. We have what we call these buoys and mooring stations. So what's a mooring? Basically a mooring, think of an anchor at the bottom of the lake, think of a rope coming up from that anchor, and just below the surface, a buoy. So that buoy keeps this line very vertical, very taut. And on that line, we attach instruments. So we have 2 stations like that currently in the lake, one of them providing real-time data. That little frame you see next to that bottom image, that's an acoustic Doppler current profiler. It's giving us measurements of the lake's currents. And I guess we just received notification that in March, we will be able to put in what's known as a wire walker. This is a great instrument. So I said before, we go out every month, and Julie's giving me that smile that says, wrap it up. That's all right. I've seen that before. Joanne used to give it to me too. It's all right. So we go out once a month with an instrument and we lower it to the bottom of the lake, and it tells us everything, top to bottom, that we want to know. We always do that in the middle of the day on a calm day, once a month. So what this does is driven by waves, a large fraction of which come from boats on the lake. So thank you to the boaters of Lake Tahoe who make this possible. This instrument is powered. It literally walks down a wire to the bottom of the lake and then rises up, taking all these measurements. Does it over and over again every half hour. Daytime, nighttime, Christmas Day, or Columbus Day. Does them all. It doesn't stop, hopefully. And that's, I guess, through our partnership in the private sector, that we have the funding to put that in by next March. I mentioned already helicopters and drone flights, with the in combination with the nearshore science, is giving us data on what's happening in the nearshore. And this is not, I mean, obviously it's not real time, but it's really fast with machine learning. By the time the helicopter lands, those images are half processed. Okay. And the 3D models, this is a model we've been working on for a number of years now. It was initially developed at Lake Tahoe and now refined in the last few years, working with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council to add in things like the zooplankton to it. So it's there being used in collaboration with all those measurements. So it makes me, I say it all the time, but it's true. Lake Tahoe really is the smartest lake in the world. At least it has the infrastructure. I mean, a lot of skepticism. I like skepticism. It has the infrastructure to create information and knowledge. I guess and this is where the skepticism is as well. It's one thing having the infrastructure. How do you turn that into knowledge? And that's humans. Okay. Final slide. I wanted to say thank you. It always, the thank you slide is always perfunctory, but in my case, it's not, because at the end of next month, I will be going emeritus at UC Davis, meaning I can get rid of all the things I don't want to do and just do the fun things. And as part of that, I will be stepping down as director of TRPA. So I did want us to thank this board and all the previous boards I've worked with, and directors and previous directors and all the great staff here. It really has been a lot of fun. You have a tough job. And the fact that you get abused by everybody shows you're not doing a bad job at it. So to the extent that while I'm having my continued fun, I can be of continued assistance, I would look forward to that. So heartfelt thank you to you all. That's it.
Well, we want to thank you for that. And how many years has it been?
I've been working at Tahoe since '95, but TRPA started in 2004.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, great job. And thanks for your hard work, dedication, and passion and commitment to this lake. You really have set really hard shoes to follow, I think, for the next director. So anyway, board members, do we have any questions? Yes, James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Doctor, for your service that you've done to the lake. I'm very appreciative. I was curious with a wire walker, what depth does that go to? We're seeing online they can go to 500 feet plus. I was also curious, how deep of measurements are we taking on the temperature all the way down to the bottom at the deepest point, or I was just curious.
I mean, it can go to 300 meters, about 1,000 feet. We haven't quite decided where we're going to locate it. I'm actually thinking of having it moving it every few months depending on how we want to use it. Our current measurements do go to the deepest point, to 1,600 feet. So we know what's happening. And that's sort of one of the big questions is when the lake flips, when it mixes, what happens at the bottom? And equally important, when it doesn't, what happens at the bottom? So the wire walker, it definitely goes to 1,000 feet. We could probably get it to 1,500 feet. The problem with that is that the further it goes down, then the longer it is between readings. And so whether you're better off having 30-minute readings down to 200 feet, 300 feet, or 2-hour readings all the way to the bottom. We haven't figured that out. If you have an opinion, yeah, let's get together and talk about it.
Yes, Shelley.
So, Doctor, I assume this means you're not going to be making the annual presentation, the State of the Lake report.
Sorry, say that again.
You're not going to be here at TRPA making the annual State of the Lake report in the future?
Probably not.
Well, that's a shame. One thing I've always enjoyed about your presentations is even when you have, gloomy news to report, you're always upbeat and optimistic. And I appreciate that quality in you.
That's the alcohol.
Okay, all right, an essential part of the job, I guess. So I just have a couple of questions. You're talking about deep lake mixing. I mean, that also transports nutrients, right, into the upper levels of the lake.
Yep.
And that can also lead to nutrifying the lake and promoting the growth of phytoplankton. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're exactly right. You've obviously heard this talk before.
Many times.
And it does happen. There is an accumulation of nutrients at the bottom of the lake.
Mhm.
I mean, the big fear with the oxygen is that when the oxygen goes very low at the bottom, it sets into motion a whole different set of chemistry where you get 10, 100 times the nutrient release. And that was the fear before. Yeah, I think that's why I guess we stress these models, because we're not, we can just sort of think in our heads what's likely to happen. But once you have a model that you trust that has been validated with the data, you can start running out these projections. Well, if a lot of the landscape projects, the nutrient reduction projects taking place in the basin, if they were successful or there were more of them, how much would that reduce the nutrients at the bottom of the lake? So it will have an effect, but again, with modeling, you can quantify that and try to evaluate what we should do going forward.
Okay. And I guess, is there anything we can do to support the increase in the native zooplankton? Because it's the native zooplankton, right? That is, or zooplankton, that's pronounced. Pardon me for my, it's actually ZOO. It's always, confused me why it's not zooplankton. The zooplankton, because I'm assuming, the inference is obviously these native species are consuming or at least they're aggressively competing with the mysis shrimp and keeping the populations under control. But, and do we know anything about the life cycle of the zooplankton, the beneficial zooplankton, so that we can do something to support their propagation?
Well, we know quite a bit. These are species that aren't endemic to Tahoe. They're all over the world. Like, one of the cladocerans, Daphnia, is probably the most studied species, and it's always associated with high water quality. And we know a lot about the mysis. It's pretty hard to do anything to promote these other ones because, the mice. Well, let me digress a bit and tell you the life history of the mysis shrimp. Where it basically outsmarted science in the 1960s. So, it's about the size of your fingernail. Its brain is a very small part of its body size. It doesn't like light. So during the day, it migrates down, one of the longest migrations in the world per size, to the bottom of the lake where it's dark. So remember, it was introduced to feed fish, primarily trout, that are side feeders. So it's sitting in the dark, they can't see it. And the lake trout do go down very deep. At night, comes up to the surface. Again, it's dark. Trout can't see it. And it starts chowing down on the zooplankton that the trout would have otherwise eaten. So the net result of their introduction was fish size went down. So if we introduce more Daphnia, more buzz minor, more everything, it's just, you're just giving more food to the mysis. So to me, the answer is, well, are there ways to control the mysis? So we have some ideas. Others might disagree with them. We're currently doing experiments. I mean, the neat thing when they come up at night is they come up as a discrete band and maybe 20, 30 feet thick, and they're down about 60, 70 feet. So none of you are professional fishermen, neither am I. But if I had to catch something and I knew where it was and it was continuous across the lake, to me, that would be, maybe that's possible. And that's what we're experimenting with. Not to remove them all, but can you remove enough of them to keep them below that dashed line? It's all we have to do. Not trying to exterminate them, just trying to let everybody coexist. Kumbaya.
Well, this may be naive on my part, but obviously these mysis shrimp are not anaerobic, right? So if they
No.
descend to the lowest depths, if there was less oxygen at the bottom of the lake because of no mixing, wouldn't that theoretically affect their population?
Well, tiny brains though they have, they would probably stop at the point where they sense there wasn't enough oxygen. Plus, I'm not sure we're going to get to that point where the oxygen is so low that it would make them think not to go down.
But maybe they'd be a little more accessible to the fish
Yeah,
population.
Yeah,
Well, it's obviously a dynamic system. And
it is, and it's changing. We just learned this last couple of weeks that there's a new species, a new species in town. So it's changing. The lake's changing. The watershed's changing. So we need better models to predict the future in a way, or not predict the future. That's too specific. To at least look at the range of what the futures may be.
the trends.
Yeah, the trends and the range of trends. What things are realistic problems and what's too far-fetched.
Thank you. Any other questions from those in the room? Yes, John.
Thank you, Jeff. Great presentation. You mentioned the very poor readings at the beginning of 2022 that you were loath to share, and then the mysis plummeted, and then you said, well, they will pop back. So then could we expect a return to those early 2022 clarity core levels?
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a sense of timing of that, or with the mysis cycles?
Actually, that's a good question. Mysis in Lake Tahoe have a 4-year cycle. They live 4 years, which is pretty long for zooplankton. So when they disappeared across all year classes, the 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, everybody disappeared. So there's a big question that we don't know the answer to, what caused that. So yeah, now we're starting to see the young ones appearing, and then they'll get older and they'll reproduce. So it may take a couple of years till we're sort of back at the numbers we had before 2022, but it's not much longer than that.
And could you say, what would you say were the primary drivers for the low 2022 levels? Why were we seeing those clarity levels dropping that fast? Low readings before the mice came in to save the day.
Well, I think that was still the residue of, I guess we had, after the very wet year, I can't even remember what year it was, 2017. clarity went down that year. It was very low. And then surprisingly, it stayed low for several years after that. We would have thought particles would have settled out, a whole lot of things would have happened. It didn't. And it's a mystery why that didn't. So in a way, that was the tail end of that we were seeing, and some very small algae that tended to be in the lake. So it was sort of gradually getting better, but nothing like the rate at which it did after June.
And then you mentioned on the mixing, you've had the models that with warming waters, which of course you've documented in the report is happening. The trend is warmer. I mean, what's your current view given this recent mixing? But if warming water trend continues under climate change, like how concerned are you 10 or 15 years out that we will not have mixing with your current kind of calibration of the model?
Yeah, so one of my PhD students is just finishing up his PhD looking at sort of mixing in three very different lakes. I mean, Tahoe and then ones we're working on in Chile. And there's little to suggest in what he's found so far that even with continued warming, that we're going to have a reduction in mixing. And the reason for that is, along with continued warming, with climate change, we're also getting an increased frequency of extreme events. And it doesn't take that much, too many more really cold days. So in the hottest, I mean, this is the hottest year in the world on record. Actually, Tahoe was cool. But we're going to have cold years in the future, maybe colder than we've ever had. So that seems to be enough to keep the current frequency of deep mixing 2, 3, 4 times every 2, 3, 4 years going. But who knows what climate change will really do. So, I mean, I am less pessimistic today than I was 5 years ago.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the room. Do any of our board members online have any questions? Jessica, Belinda? Okay, not seeing hands go up. Well, with that, thank you.
You're welcome.
We can't thank you enough for all your dedication and passion on this issue. And as long as I've known you, I would agree. Not only do you bring humor to it, but you also bring a commitment and passion that is not surpassed by anyone here. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay.
Well, I'll take that as an encore. Could we have the rest of the slides?
Good idea, Shelley. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move on now to our public hearings. This is item number 7 on our agenda, and these are our proposed amendments to the TRPA Code of Ordinances. Now I'm going to read them all. Chapters 2, 30, 37, 50, 60, 65, 66, 67, 82, 84, and 90. Rules of Procedure, Articles 5, 6, 10, 12, and 16, Design Review Guidelines, Appendix H, and Fee Schedule in support of permitting process improvements. So with that, I wanted to make sure that we have had a number of public written comments as well as calls on this item, and we had an earlier discussion today. So we want to go ahead and hear this item proceed and then invite more public dialogue on these issues. So I'll pass it on to John to introduce Arlo and the team.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For those of you who've been on the board a while, you know that we have been working many, many years to try to do process improvements in how we do process permitting. And as recently as your previous strategic plan, we had an item called an innovation initiative, where we specifically talked about getting new permit tracking, new version of the permit tracking software and in doing these process improvements. At the same time, our permit load has continued to go up, so we've never really been able to carve out the existing staff, enough time from the existing staff to do this. So when the innovation initiative came along, we put out an RFP for someone to help us. And from that RFP, we hired Arlo Stockham from Stockham Consulting. And I just want to, some of you may not know Arlo. Arlo was the planning manager here that led the regional plan update. He's been a community development director. He's been an applicant's representative on the private side. He's been doing outsourced projects for us. And so he pretty much captured all the aspects of what we were looking for, all the perspectives we were looking for in doing this. So we hired Arlo. You may recall, those of you who've been on the board since, I know we have some new board members, but Arlo brought an action plan last August to you all that laid out in multiple phases what he planned to do and what we plan to do. And the first part of that was some specific amendments. He came to you in March with those recommendations for what the specific amendments would be. Both cases, you approved that unanimously. And then he went with those specific amendments to the Advisory Planning Commission and the Regional Plan Implementation Committee. Both of those committees, commission and committees, have recommended approval unanimously. So we are looking forward to moving to the next steps, things like a process manual, back to his action plan, and actually changing how we review applications. So that's kind of where we are. I know that there may be some parts of this we want to talk about. But I'd like to, at this point, turn it over, recognize the staff team, Ali Borowski, Jen Self, who's on vacation, Tiffany Good, and Wendy Jepson, and I think that's it, and turn it over to Arlo Stockham to take it from here. So thank you.
Thanks, John, and thank you for the board members for having me here and letting me help with this project. This has been, wonderful work, more to do, but it's been a great effort. I think if we could cue up the next slides, and I'll just kind of give you cues to move through and move on to the next, please. What are we trying to do here? This is really focused on process improvements, and we're trying intentionally to stay away from major policy matters and really try to improve procedures. What you found is since 2012, the agency has really shifted towards a system that promotes redevelopment as a key component of environmental improvement, remaking the built environment. A lot of regulatory changes were done then, but the process really wasn't updated. So the planning and the permit review process, it hasn't changed a lot since 1989 and was really set up to stop things from happening. So that process itself has become a bit of an impediment to environmental redevelopment, which is necessary for the improvement of Lake Tahoe. So we're really trying to find a way to do things more efficiently, more effectively, more consistently, minimize the amount of time that gets wasted on things that don't add value for the environmental improvements at Lake Tahoe, and stay away from major policy changes. We've taken an incremental approach to this. I think I talk about on the next slide, but I do want to kind of build upon what John said. There has been a ton of staff support and effort going on behind the scenes to build the systems necessary to implement some of these changes. It's very easy to say, let's do minor applications on a faster time frame, but there's a whole suite of changes to the Acela software system, to the intake and completeness review procedures that are going to be necessary to implement that. I have a whole list of people here. Certainly Ali Borowski and Jen Self have just put in incredible work over quite a long period of time to make this happen. The entire permitting improvement team, we've been vetting recommendations through. A lot of the permitting staff, some long-range planners, John Hester, John Marshall, kind of incrementally building on what started as ideas to become actual specific proposals. And then the back of house support from finance, from implementation, and everyone else. The stakeholder input process has really been central to this effort. And, you know, I have the next slide, but we spoke with all sorts of people early on and continuing throughout the process, whether it be applicants, local agency staff. And I do want to do a shout out to the League to Save Lake Tahoe. They put in a bunch of time to review this information at each step of the process, steer us away from topics that may cause environmental concern, and really make sure that this is an environmentally beneficial effort in addition to being procedurally beneficial. You can slip to the next slide, Maria. Oh boy, this is small and my vision is fading. I need to make bigger slides. Kind of the incremental plan development process that I talked about. We've been at this for about 19 months. We started with discussions of ideas. Hey, where are the pinch points that we should look at? A lot with staff, with some applicants. Then I went out and kind of did a stakeholder interview process and talked to as many different people as I could from different sectors of the community, different involvements with TRPA. You know, where should we focus? Where are the pinch points? What's working well? What's not working well? Did a couple iterations of kind of priority topic lists and issue assessment documents. And ultimately I was here 13 months ago with an action plan that laid out each of the initiatives that are now in front of you in final ordinance form. We got some good feedback, kind of steered the direction based on that feedback, and moved forward with more details. Then the next 6 months, last winter, essentially, we went on repeat. We took the broad guidelines and kind of the topics in the action plan and put details to them. Sent that out for a whole round of public review, made some refinements, and brought that back to the board. And that implementation report, you may recall, I think it was about 60 pages long, spelled out in great detail what's in front of you today. We really wanted to make sure that when we're in front of you here today, there's no surprises. There's nothing that you haven't already heard about. There's nothing that hasn't been vetted through a whole bunch of different people. And then we entered into the approval process. Went on repeat again, sent draft ordinances out to community stakeholders, everyone involved, made some refinements, and brought that package first to the Regional Plan Implementation Committee last month. Those of you on that committee, I apologize for the repetition. That got a unanimous endorsement to move forward with a couple refinements. Did the same thing with the Advisory Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, also a unanimous recommendation to move forward. So here we are, typical for this type of process. You know, discussions start to occur near the end of the process, and that's fine. We can talk about those after the presentation. Next slide, please. So what are those priority topics? We keep coming back to, you know, it's hard to stay focused. Everyone has a lot of ideas for improvements. So we've really tried to stay focused on these 6 priority initiatives. The first one of efficiency, consistency, and predictability being very, very important. And then minor applications, making easy things easier and kind of creating separate timelines and separate procedures for the very simple approvals compared to the complex ones. We have a whole suite of code amendments. I want to emphasize that these are not changes. These are putting in writing what has been done over the last 30 years. There's been kind of a long history of guideline decisions that have been made that don't necessarily get documented in writing, or maybe they're in an old code interpretation from 20 years ago. We're trying to get all that integrated into the code so the rules are clear and there's less time spent trying to work out the confusion of does this apply, does this not apply. Public communication and customer service is a huge piece, and a lot of that work is still to come. Some has been completed, staff development, and then funding. And I have a little bit of detail on each of these topics to talk through. Next slide. These are how we divvied up the projects, some current actions, some future actions in the implementation report. I'll go through each of these in later slides. Next slide, please. So 3 of those 6 priorities are really, they're internal things. They're the way staff does their job, standard operating procedures, more than external things like code amendments. We've done a lot of work that's really creating a framework for internal process improvements. But it doesn't necessarily deliver on all of what we want to deliver. We're going to be focusing on building upon those initial steps over the next 6 months. But this amendment package that's in front of you really gives staff the tools to be more efficient, to be more consistent, to provide enhanced customer service. It's kind of a prerequisite topic. Next slide. So some of those administrative improvements some are done, some are in development. The procedure manual, this is a critical component here, essentially putting in writing what are those procedures that TRPA staff uses to try to achieve consistency and efficiency. It has grown. It's up over 100 pages. It can be very technical. It's kind of going through an internal review now, and depending how these votes land and what gets approved, we will be getting ready to distribute that and use that and then build upon it over the next 6 months. Staff has shifted to the use of shared templates and forms. So there will be more consistency in the language of permits that get issued and the language within conditions of approval. Everyone's working off the same documents now. We've done some organizational changes with staff teams and kind of a middle management layer as the department has grown. Some customer service tools have been implemented. Some additional customer service tools are planned over the next 6 months. And that's what we're really going to be focusing on moving forward for the next 6 months is using these new tools to really try to move the needle on staff procedures and really step up efficiencies and do all the necessary environmental reviews with a minimum of waste. Next slide, please. So what's in front of you for approval today are those other 3 priority topics. The first one we have are simplifying procedures for minor applications. As we sit today, the timeline and process for a very, very simple application is the same as for a very large project going to a public hearing. They're on a 120-day timeline. Staff is generally working through that. But what this does is carves out a separate category of application for what I consider to be very simple applications. They're well within the guidelines of the plan and code. It's things like a deck addition on non-sensitive land or a small home addition. We wrote the criteria for minor applications to exclude things that require special findings or are more in the gray area of approvable. This is a biggie in terms of the changes in front of us and the way things operate at TRPA. We also are advancing changes to allow bundling of applications. This allows, TRPA requires oftentimes several sequential approvals before you can get to be able to build something. This allows more of those approvals to be processed concurrently. You're still going to need to have your site assessment or other determination in advance of an application. But say for a project that transfers some units of use to support a housing project, that'll speed up that process quite a bit. We've improved procedures for qualified exempt. We've improved procedures for historic. These are really process changes, not regulatory changes. And there are some additional decisions delegated to staff recommended here. Next slide, please. I can talk through a couple details of each of these. Minor applications. So instead of a review process that is 30 days for completeness review, then 120 days for permit issuance, that'll still apply to big projects. But for the little easy things we're calling minor applications, that gets shortened significantly, well under half. So it would be a 15 plus 40-day process to get through, much quicker for people and less expensive, both for applicants and for staff. To move forward with some of these minor home improvements that include BMPs and other environmental improvements. These applications will be routed to dedicated review teams, so they can kind of be moved through more quickly and not get hung up when big controversial stuff comes through. And there will be somewhat simplified applications and review procedures. It can only get simplified so much. We may be able to build upon that in the next 6 months. But for example, we would have kind of standard findings that the reviewing planner would verify instead of custom written findings for every project. That should save a lot of time. The eligibility is there. Essentially, this won't go so far as to apply to new development because you're going to need to have an existing BMP certificate to be able to be a minor application. But a lot of the transfers, the minor improvements are going to be able to move through on this process. Next slide, I think, is the additional types of minor applications. ADUs, some really simple lot line adjustments, things like that. Easier grading projects. Next slide. I'm sorry to give such a boring presentation after a fantastic presentation before me. It's a tough
Well,
act to
so
follow,
a few
you know?
Myces, references to Myces shrimp.
All this interesting science, and I'm talking about processing minutia, so I do apologize about that, but it matters for the people who have to do that processing minutia. Bundling. So these are the applications that could be processed kind of in a concurrent and coordinated manner instead of having to wait until your lot line adjustment gets a final action before you can apply for a permit, for example. Coverage transfers, development right transfers. This will be especially important for your infill projects and your more affordable housing, for example. Those are the type of projects, the town center projects that typically require transfers, for example. And that's a slowdown and a cost in the process that we can eliminate without any negative impact. Next slide. Qualified exempt activities, we've already implemented this change because code calls for doing it the way we have started doing it as of last month. What had a QE qualified exempt, these are minor improvements that are exempt from TRPA project requirements, but they do require a declaration from the property owner basically promising to stay within the guidelines. Sometimes they require BMP certificates, sometimes they require a mitigation fee, but they're not supposed to have a review process. There's no fee that supports a review process, but it kind of evolved to include a review process. So we're bringing this back to what it should be and was intended to be, which is a property owner moving forward with something that's exempt, properly declaring it, properly paying the fees. But this was a significant time suck. I don't know, Allie was probably spending a quarter of her time, essentially reviewing things that shouldn't be reviewed, that are supposed to be exempt. So as I mentioned, we are moving back to how QEs are written in the regional plan and code. We're proposing to move a few of the QE activities to be fully exempt, but it's pretty limited because we didn't want to reduce mitigation fee collections, for example, or BMP installations. So there aren't that many things that have been moved to exempt, and none of the items that require a mitigation fee or a BMP cert would go to exempt. They would stay QE through the simpler process. Next slide, please. Historic resource protection got a little discussion at the Regional Plan Implementation Committee, and I want to try to present it a little better. What this package, there was a lot of discussion on historic resource protection. There's a lot of time spent reviewing historic matters for non-historic things. Every cabin over 50 years old has to go through a historic resource determination. And those were becoming very, very time intensive and not adding much value. Then there's kind of an additional level if through that process TRPA determines that it's a potential historic resource. It might be eligible for listing. Then some additional requirements kick in and a public hearing requirement kicks in. And then the third level are actually designated historic resources. Nothing is changing for designated historic resources. We'd actually like to see more attention focused on, the really notable historic matters. But procedures are proposed to be streamlined for those routine determinations. The first one is just the determination process, being able to bundle that with a project review instead of, again, a sequential thing where you have to wait to apply. that would be an option for an applicant that'll speed along routine project. This is catching a lot of the old homes that were built around the 1960 Olympics. So this is a lot of time. For those improvements that are determined to be potentially eligible, not listed, the recommendation here is to not require hearing officer review and allow those to move forward with a staff level review. And then the third change was really one that was requested by the states. The current TRPA code basically give the states authority that they don't believe they have and call on them to do certain functions of these preliminary reviews. They really wanted to focus their efforts on things that were within their legal framework and more historically consequential. So those tasks are not being eliminated, but essentially TRPA staff will be doing these screenings as opposed to shipping everything off to the SHPO and waiting 30 days to hear what they say. And then, ultimately the hope is that a lot of this time that's right now spent on the minutia of every cabin maybe gets refocused to revisiting the historic resource list and kind of implementing what's called out in the regional plan policies and code. And that's what's in front of you for historic resource protection. A lot of people wanted to take it further, like the 50-year change, and there may be, some merit in doing that, but that was starting to get into policy changes and outside the scope here. So this is kind of a time-saving item. All three of those changes are independent. So if there's, for example, discomfort about public hearing, the rest of the improvements could still move forward. Next slide, please. Delegation of additional decisions to staff. You may have seen in the financials, the permitting department is operating at an even bigger loss this year. It's getting pretty significant and pretty concerning. And a lot of that is the time going into certain categories of reviews, and sometimes a lot of it's public hearings, but and a lot of it's in the shore zone. So what we're looking at in terms of decisions that could get delegated to staff in Code Section 2.2, I mentioned historic resources. There are a couple EIP projects allowing some additional coverage with underground utility replacement, allowing that at a staff level, allowing more coverage with EIP projects. And the last one's going to be really helpful for affordable housing, bonus units being awarded just in conjunction with project reviews, rather than having an entirely separate process that adds time and expense to affordable housing projects. The second category are in the shore zone. And these are more notable. There are a whole suite of fairly routine shore zone approvals that are a big deal for everyone involved, but they've, with the new shore zone ordinances, it's pretty clear what the rules are. And the recommendation here is to not automatically send everything to a public hearing, but instead transition to a notification process where the notification components of the public hearing is retained. If anyone is concerned about anything, that can be elevated up, raised with staff. If it's not adequately addressed, appealed. But every peer would no longer have to come for a public hearing approval. You would instead be seeing the more contested applications. We stayed away from shoreline revetments. Those will all still, some of the more significant shore zone improvements and potentially impactful will still require public hearings. But the change for peers is a biggie, and it also has a financial component, which I'll talk about a little later. Next slide. The next priority item is trying to clarify what code means and what code requires. Land coverage is incredibly difficult when you actually try to administer it. It sounds so easy, but you go to the definition and it's not measurable. There's like no, 2 square feet is and 1 square foot isn't. It's very kind of performance oriented, and you have a planner trying to figure out, hey, is this going to impact groundwater infiltration? That's kind of hard when you're putting in a bear box or something like that. So we have a whole suite of changes in land coverage. I'll go through on the next slide to try to document and clarify what's been going on for the last 20 years. These aren't regulatory changes. These are clarifying the rules so everyone knows what the rules are, and we don't spend countless hours discussing, is this coverage or is this not coverage, for example. And then a couple other associated improvements I'll touch on in the next slide. If you could advance slide, please. So we have a page and a half of interpretations of land coverage that are proposed to be documented in code. The transfers, the public safety and access provision. This is kind of the relief valve of last resort. If you have no available coverage and something public safety related, you can transfer coverage in, clarifying how that has worked. Relative sensitivity for coverage transfers. I actually pulled up a 1993 administrative interpretation laying this out that had been a mystery and people had been using, and we put that in code. The coverage exemption section has been, in my opinion, wonderfully successful since the 2012 update, more so than I expected. It is incentivizing so much water quality improvement, BMP installation, et cetera. But there's some, questions. What qualifies, what doesn't? We're trying to clarify, what that boundary is. If you do it this way, you're good, it's exempt. If you do it that way, it's not, you're not exempt. These are all kind of using the guideline decisions that have been made historically. It's not new requirements. There is one area I have with the 2 asterisks there where we went just a little bit beyond clarifying what had ever already been decided to address what was a clear gap in those exemptions. This doesn't allow any additional coverage exemption. It allows a slight modification for what types of exemptions can qualify. And this is to deal with things like electric vehicle chargers, utility boxes when people are undergrounding their power from the street, maybe a generator, or the new HVAC units require a little coverage. Right now, we exempt non-permanent coverage, so they can do all this stuff if they don't put it on a permanent foundation, and you see a lot of goofy stuff to qualify. But it's okay if an EV charger is on a permanent foundation. This allows up to 30 square feet of that existing exemption to be used for non-temporary generators, EV chargers, solar panels. So you'd have, more of them built on a normal foundation and less of them kind of on piers and kind of this workaround. Everything else is existing practice. Fire defensible space is very important. It's not written in code. That 5-foot zone around each building, you need to install a gravel or DG or something like that for infiltration and defensible space. There was a real gray area. Is that coverage or not? For a long time, everyone's interpreted, no, this is fire defensible space. It's not land coverage. No one's going to be able to fireproof their home if they have to call this land coverage. So we put that in code. Anyway, we wanted to spend a little time on this because it looks like a big list, and it is, but we're hoping that this makes it just a lot easier to administer what is coverage, what isn't coverage. Next slide. I think another half slide of land coverage. We have a whole offsite land coverage mitigation program that isn't written in code. It was based on an old memo, getting that in code. A couple similar clarifications to height, how you measure roof pitch. These are both consistent with interpretations. Similarly, the new reflectivity and glare standards. This is trying to create kind of a more standard approach for reflectivity and a little more consistency for properties in similar situations. And a couple shore zone clarifications. I understand at committee earlier, the first one of these, kind of the distinction between a boulder relocation and dredging received some discussion. From my perspective, it doesn't matter as much where these decisions land, but that they're documented so people can implement them consistently moving forward. There's always going to be kind of an appropriate amount of gray area, but we're trying to kind of rein in just how much gray area there is. Next slide. Oh, still more interpretations. Yeah, then we get into the definition section. Rules of rounding, kind of standard in code. Do you round up, do you round down, do you round in circles? The land coverage definition, again, trying to make it measurable, consistent with existing practice, and a series of other terms. The expansion is the one dealing with peer modifications. Next slide, please. This slide is pretty small, but it's going to be a really big time saver for staff, so they can refocus their time on things that have environmental impacts and really try to help the lake. The first category here is we have redundant procedures to deal with below the IPES line properties, essentially retiring development potential on sensitive land. We have an old program from 1989 that is essentially unused, and a newer program, the allocation incentive pool, which is working pretty well and everyone prefers. So we're proposing to merge those together. So there would be one program addressing that topic. This is likely to save about a month of staff time each year. That is, in the last, I believe, 3 or 4 years, 0 people have taken advantage of that below the IPES line drawing. The second even bigger change is how much do we audit single family permits? The staff felt that the audits for multifamily, commercial, the more complex projects are working well and are appropriate, but we are currently auditing 10% of the single family permits issued. And with a lot of this redevelopment happening, that's sucking up almost a half of a full-time staff equivalent each year just on auditing. And everyone involved felt that was really excessive, and a 5% audit rate would save half that time. We would certainly catch problems going through the process. You know, very few agencies audit even 5% of approvals. Oftentimes you see a 1 or 2% audit rate. But that 10% audit rate was just taking a lot of money, and a big reason why the permitting department is operating at a fiscal deficit this year, even bigger than prior years. We also added a list. There are so many different documents referenced in the TRPA code, they're difficult to find. So we put them all on one sheet. There's a link to all of them. They're right there available for everyone to use. And that's kind of a customer improvement. And we deleted some references to things that simply don't exist anymore. Next slide. And the last slide's on funding and staffing. The team here hears a lot, you know, why can't you move this permit through the process quicker? It takes a long, long time. And a big piece of that comes down to funding. I've mentioned a few times that the application fee collections are not recovering application review costs. In fact, they're not even close. And that's a mismatch that has to be addressed one way or another. The agency could subsidize development reviews with general fund monies, but those are limited. In typical situations, you know, development application fees pay for the cost of reviews. And we're trying to transition to a process where that occurs, but we're trying to do that primarily through the efficiency improvements. We didn't want to just show up and say, hey, you know, we really need a 50% increase in application fees to cover costs. We wanted to do our very best work to make more efficiencies. We have a financial monitoring system where we're going to be able to track the expense of different categories of application reviews in more detail. But again, we're really trying to find expenses that aren't improving the environment and address those before coming forward and just saying we need really big fee increases. That being said, there are some applications that we know are just way, way below the cost of reviews, and we're recommending addressing those here. Next slide, please. What those are, so generally, most of these are in the shoreland and shore zone. This slide are the ones that are not, and these apply everywhere. The first one is having a fee multiplier for the enhanced staff level review, which is public noticing to reflect the additional time and expense for that. Second one is getting rid of the multiplier that currently applies within area plans. That's a disincentive for the infill you're trying to achieve. So there would be a standard rate for standard applications. We're recommending increases to the tourist accommodation fees to be in line with multifamily. Tourist typically is a more complex project review than multifamily. It didn't really make sense that they're a cheaper application. Qualified exempt, just having, oh, reducing fees for daycare. This is kind of like affordable housing, necessary community service. Qualified exempt, keeping the fee very low, just reflecting kind of the acceptance and entry costs. And then a couple new $200 Fairy token fees for things that are happening a lot but don't have a current fee structure associated with them. Deed restriction drafting, and when we get requests to do a redo for a final plan approval, say if a local government changes something, there'd be a $200 fee. I'm moving to the next slide is where a lot of the budget shortfall we think is coming from. We had to use a little bit of just kind of experience and judgment from staff because the data specific to each application type is somewhat limited. But those areas where we just looked at fees and went, you just can't get that review done in that amount of time. This starts with the shoreland scenic reviews. Staff's dealing with very complex, very expensive, large, sophisticated applications. These lakefront homes, it costs more than $600 to review that. We're recommending a two-tier system. So the easy ones are $1,000, just a modest increase, but these big complex lakefronts would need to pay a little more for the complex scenic reviews. The mooring lottery eligibility review, $71, doesn't even approach the staff time that goes into just determining eligibility. Buoys, fairly significant increase for buoys. Again, $300 to review a buoy just doesn't even approach the cost. That's what's sucking up a lot of the staff time and preventing them from having the funds to hire more staff. Pier expansions are a biggie. Right now, a pier modification, like adding a railing or something, is the same fee as taking a very short pier and building it to the full length allowed by code. We're shifting that so pier modifications would pay the same fee as a new pier. The review is essentially the same as a new pier. It might even be a little more complex. So kind of all pier reviews are about the same, and under this new structure, they would all have the same fee. The pier expansions might be the biggest fee increase of any category. But then I mentioned the process changes so that piers, for example, would not automatically require a public hearing. That also reduces the application fee. So instead of a 180% multiplier, it's a 125. So when you run all those numbers together, that table at the bottom there shows kind of the net result, and the fee changes are pretty modest. Some categories fees are decreasing, some are going up, pier expansions probably by the most, but that kind of gives you a flavor for what typical applications pay in fees today and what they would pay if this package gets approved. Next slide, please. And thanks for bearing with me. So we're here finally at the final approval step. Once governing board approves a package, whatever that package may be, we kind of have a whole implementation program ready to move forward. We're going to need to make any refinements if any refinements are changed, but we will effectively be moving into a training and education period during the 60 days before these new changes go into effect. And we are already starting work on some of these phase 3 improvements, which are more internal improvements using the efficiencies and the clarity gained through this package that's in front of you. Next slide. I'm done with my spiel. Thanks for bearing with me. More than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Arlo. Julie, you wanted to make a couple of remarks before we go to questions?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. I want to thank Arlo for that excellent presentation, and Ali Borowski sitting at the dais, Jen Self, Tiffany Good, and many of our team members for the hard work. It is, as John Hester teed up for us, it's extraordinarily difficult to make these kind of structural improvements at the same time that you're getting work out the door. It's kind of like, building the plane as you're flying it. And for that purpose, it's been very difficult over the 2 decades of my service at TRPA that we've been able to pull this off. So to get to this point of where we are today is a Herculean effort. Very appreciative of that and of the board's support for engaging and giving us the direction along the way. I just wanted to give you a frame before you discuss and we take some additional public comment. We have been working on this for almost 2 years, and we've had a lot of good dialogue with our stakeholders, and there's probably more work to do. And we really encourage the public comment today. We'll listen respectfully, and we value all of that. I will say, there's a lot in this package, so we might want to look at areas that we can fine tune that if we need to, but not let the entire package, be changed dramatically so that we can move forward in a positive direction. I want to give you a lens of which to look at this in terms of how this matters. It's very technical, and we don't expect you to follow the ins and outs of all the code citations that we'll be throwing at you. But if you think of this in terms of how we can improve our service to the lake, to the public, and to our staff, that is the lens that I have tried to have imbued in our team. The amount of work that our staff is taking in the minutia, as Arlo very eloquently pointed out, is really diminishing our effectiveness in serving the lake as a whole. And the amount of minutia that our team gets involved in, because they are thorough and they are careful and they are committed, it is burning them out. And I heard that in talking to every single staff member of the amount of work that could be better harnessed in a way that would make a more meaningful contribution to the lake. So this affects our overall productivity, our morale, our mental health of our staff. It affects our overall service to the public. And the more that we can improve our permitting processes, the more willing and passionate public we have to adhere to our code of ordinances and to cooperate with the regulations that we have. And to move through the process and to serve them as we are public service and then servants. And all the while, I want to focus on the right things for this agency. And that's been a commitment as the new leader here to harness the talent that we have and unleash the creativity to focus on the things that really matter in the big picture of lake protection. So just a few comments as we go into public comment. And if there's more work to do, we're happy to do that. But I wanted just to frame that up before you deliberate and move into public testimony. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that reminder of all the hard work that's gone into this and the real where we're trying to drive to with these with this process. So with that, any questions or comments from board members here in the room? So you haven't spoken yet. We'll start here and go down around the dais.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that extremely boring presentation. But I want to speak to what the executive director just said, because I think it's very important. And that is, we make a lot of rules in this basin, a lot. And we don't always enforce many. And that is troubling to me, especially as we, as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, begin to move towards that final allocation of development rights. We're getting closer and closer to that. And as we do, it's going to create more redevelopment. And the process of redevelopment, from the little bit that I'm seeing in the basin, is troubling, because it's taking what I would call those historic cabins that we're muddling in that area right now. But I don't think it has been well implemented. I'm already very cautious of the fact that I'm being a little bit criticizing, and I don't mean to be, because I only know enough probably to get me in trouble and not enough to get me out. So please, to the TRPA staff that I know work very hard and are very conscientious about what they do, understand that from the perspective of hearing our residents and seeing what they're dealing with, is where that criticism comes from, not specifically any person's work. But really, when it comes to our review of historic structures, are we really doing our due diligence there? We talk about giving bonuses to undergrounding of utilities, which is a very expensive endeavor. And what we are seeing is the money that's pouring into the basin, they're able to buy these I would call historic cabins in historic neighborhoods and take them out. I don't know that we really did our true historic review, and I'm more than happy to sit down and meet with staff and understand better what I'm talking about, but sometimes undergrounding of utilities is now having a ripple effect in that it's causing public utility districts to have to up the road, have to increase the size of what they're doing because they didn't anticipate a 9-bedroom home being built in lieu of a 1,200 square foot cabin. So they're having to upsize what they do. And as you know, that's very expensive for utility districts, and they tend to prefer to do those kind of upgrades in big chunks, not little one-offs. So, you know, it's a little bit, some of these incentives are concerning to me because of what they then cause down the road. And again, I probably need a lot more education in this area. But regarding scenic quality and historic review, those two elements are so important to the preservation of our neighborhoods. And they just appear as though we, as TRPA, fall a little bit short when we're reviewing those. We're really not considering the magnitude of what might be being proposed. And if we're not considering the overall proposal, but we're just looking at little pieces of the project as they're presented to us, perhaps by a developer, I think we're shorting ourselves of really being able to analyze the bigger picture. And we're allowing a little bunch of approvals along the way that make it so that we can't go back. So again, I know that I'm probably not understanding much of what I'm talking about, but I would like to understand more. And this is, you know, I specifically made the joke about how boring this is. And now I want to go back and say how important this is. So I appreciate just being able to put that out there.
Thank you.
I don't know if you have a response because it seems like there's a question in there.
I wanted,
He was babbling.
No,
just maybe, because it's something we grappled with throughout this process, kind of the distinction between a process improvement and a policy change. And I think those comments are firmly in the realm of policy change, where it may very well be appropriate for the board to revisit the substance of certain regulations. But we intentionally stayed away from those topics through this process so we could focus on process. Just wanted to put that out there. It emerges every couple weeks throughout this process. Can't you deal with this regulatory issue?
okay, thank you. Vince, did you have any? Okay, James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was kind of curious, how long has it been since we've actually changed some of these fees? I look at some of it on this one sheet that was given to us that looks like it recently changed a while ago, but I was kind of curious, some of these other ones probably haven't been changed in quite some time. I was wondering if you could give some overview of that.
They're annual adjustments, basically a CPI adjustment made annually. It's been quite some time. I'm not sure when the last, what we did is more looked at systemic adjustments, not just, hey, let's do everything 5%, but more targeted. I don't know if anyone here at the agency has seen that done. I haven't.
No, we just decided to index them 5 years ago, maybe. What Arlo kind of intimated is in setting up the new permit tracking system, we're also going to track some of the time on these. So we'll probably come back to you and say, now we have really good tracking data in a year or so, and probably do some adjustments, and Chris can probably correct.
No, these are all correct. We have been doing inflation adjustments for about 5-6 years now, but the last time there was the detailed review of the planning fees was done actually by Lynn Barnett. And it was probably at least 20 years ago. And that was the last time anybody attempted to correlate the actual expense of processing a given type of permit with the fee that we charge for that permit.
I appreciate that comment. If I could continue on, Madam Chair. In that respect, you know, what percentage of the TRPA's budget is made up of fees? Because I know both states give a little bit of money to the TRPA in that respect. And so what percentage of the fees actually equate to allowing TRPA to function as it does?
Yeah, remember, there are three different programs that we collect fees on, the shoreline program, the permitting, and the AIS program. And together, they're probably about 25 to 30% of the budget. In this particular instance, because there is a shortfall in the planning fees, that shortfall is covered by our general fund, which is primarily the state contributions that we're using for that.
Okay.
To subsidize that.
And in that respect, is there any thought given, I extremely appreciate the concept of looking at the process. And then in the future, we'll be able to actually know how many hours go into, on average, what this particular boo or mooring or fee goes towards. And I think that that's going to be critical to have, because then you can absolutely say, no, we shouldn't be having the state subsidize someone else's private expenditure. But at this point in time, I'm curious, has there been any thought on the idea of staggering these increases, 50% increase at a time until we get to that type of information? Because some of these are some pretty dramatic increases, while some do have decreases.
Yeah, I'll steal a little bit of Arlo's thunder. There is a plan to have Jen Self, who will be looking for the next few years doing basically a time and motion type analysis to see exactly what the cost is of each type of function that we're doing. So we're in the process of doing that.
I greatly appreciate that. I have no problem raising fees to make sure people are adequately paying what's cost. I do question the concept of such large increases on some of them. Thank you.
And we have talked about phasing them in.
John, I'll go here first and then come back. John?
Yeah, I guess picking up where James left off there on the fee schedule. Something like the rental vehicle mitigation fee, would you see that being a subject for a policy discussion to say if we wanted to align that with supporting zero emission vehicles? We're giving some coverage exemptions for EV chargers. I support that. If we wanted to have a corresponding incentive, say lower fee for zero emission vehicles, higher fee for higher emission vehicles, was that outside of the purview of this review?
It is, but I caught wind that there's been discussion of this over recent weeks or months, and Jacob Stock here at TRPA is presently working on a climate amendment package, and that topic fits firmly within that category. So we gave him a heads up that this has been suggested. I know there needs to be some consultations on what impact that would cause financially, but yes, it's a policy matter that we steered away from. And yes, it's in consideration right now and on the radar screen, in particular through the climate amendments that'll be coming forward.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex or Debbie? Okay, go ahead. Ashley?
Yeah, I just actually had more questions on the fee piece, and I agree with James. It's good to see the catch up as we've been talking about to make sure we're covering the staff time on this effort on behalf of private citizens. Fees can also be used to incentivize or disincentivize activity, right? And so looking at the way the lot coverage is inclusive now, saying you can add 120 square foot structure or, a shed, a hot tub, solar additions, things like that. We may want to incentivize ADUs, right? And expand lot coverage for an actual dwelling or residence, but we may not want to incentivize more sheds or other structures that don't provide more housing and potentially increase fire risk. And we may want to incentivize, solar and wind, and so include those. So I just think there's probably a need to look at some of these code amendments as a way, I know we're trying to stay away from policy, but as a way of moving us towards the incentives and disincentives that we've been talking about in this room a lot. And so I think this makes a great step in that direction of, simplifying things, but I think we can go even further. And that would also save staff time, right? If someone comes in and proposes X, Y, or Z, it's like, well, this falls into bucket X of incentives, this falls into bucket Y of disincentives. And so we have a different process for each. Anyway, just was thinking about that as we were on the topic of fees. The other thing with these fee increases, I think just really making it clear that the goal is to ensure that staff time is covered by the work that they're doing on the behalf of people living in Tahoe, right? Just be very transparent about that. That the general fund is here for environmental improvement and other things, but not for approving someone's buoy. And then also just on what Brooke was saying about the historic structures, I know this came up as an issue as well. And so, I think more dialogue on how a determination is made that a historic structure can be demolished versus should be kept, and what makes it basically those historic considerations, I think it seems like we probably need more conversation on those. So those are just a few of the comments I had.
Thank you, Ashley. Did staff want to address those?
I did want to say that hopefully we'll be through this phase 2 of housing amendments, Tahoe living amendments by the end of the year. And in phase 3, we want to actually look at the mitigation fees and scaling them to the size and affordability and all of that. And that's going to be a much bigger incentive and distance incentive package than just the application fees. So it's coming.
And I also just wanted to add just a clarification, the 120 square foot temporary structure exemption, sheds, hot tubs, that's been in place for 10 years now. So that's not a new proposal here.
Yeah, and I guess my point was that that's something we might want to disincentivize, right? So that's a code amendment we might want to make, is to say that those being included as a coverage exemption when they do increase fire risk and don't add to our housing stock. Just something to think about as an amendment. I forgot I had a question, which is that I know we said we'll watch these and see how they're working. What does that mean? Like, what does it mean working? Does it mean that staff spend less time in the minutia and that's something that we know? Does it mean that we have fewer people coming in with questions? Like, what's the metric? What are the metrics we're tracking to know that these code amendments are making staff working environments more conducive to focusing on the bigger issues?
Sorry about that. Great question. I guess there's a monitoring piece of data to show, is it working? We're going to have financial time tracking in more detail, and we're going to have time spent on different functions tracked in more detail. So there's mandatory kind of time entries assigned to projects, not in great detail like a consultant does, but a big part of this is starting to track that, and also a refined performance management system where that tracking information gets integrated into the performance management system. But there's also some anecdotal pieces, kind of a Tiffany, how are things going type of discussion that's important as well. Or applicant, how are things going?
And if I can add a little bit to that, what we hope to do is, with these performance standards, is for Wendy and the program managers to be able to say, if my standard is 30 days on this and I'm at 20 and I don't see any activity, I can go talk to the person who has that case or that application, which I've seen in other organizations I've worked in. And so it's going to actually give us some tools to not only report to you, you started to see the 3120s again, but also to try to manage it so that we don't ever exceed those standards, or we exceed them less.
And along those lines, I guess, what about enforcement, right? Because these code amendments are changing. How will we track enforcement of the new code amendments and report on those? And the auditing code amendment reduces auditing instead of increases it, given that there's all these changes. I would anticipate that we need more auditing, not less. So I'm just thinking about tracking these metrics. We need information to know if they're working or not. So the auditing piece seems out of sync with what you're suggesting.
We actually, if we want to do that, we actually bring you a report periodically that shows you how well local governments are doing the permitting that's been delegated to them, or we're doing it, how we're doing. And what we're saying is, we don't think we need to audit 10% to get a good measure. It's not we're going to audit less. It's just the sample size, the percentage of total.
Anything else? No, that's okay. Shelley.
I just, in addition to the comments that Brooke made about historic structures, and we've received some communications from members of the public regarding what they think is a dilution of the language requiring the involvement of the SHPOs. I understand we cannot compel, a state agency to cooperate, and this is consistent with their request that they be less involved. But I'm assuming, and maybe this is a false assumption, that every local jurisdiction has, when they're reviewing a project, they have some sort of process whereby they evaluate the historic significance of any buildings that are located on site. I'm looking at the local jurisdictions. Because maybe, you know, the safety valve is at the local level as opposed to TRPA. You know, in terms of making certain resources that are not necessarily have been designated or identified as a historic resource, but may have historical significance are somehow preserved. I mean, sometimes obviously it's better to have something in situ, you know, in the place where it was originally built, but relocating older cabins, for example, that have some historical significance, either based on age or architectural style, you know, is obviously an alternative. You know, encouraging people who have a vacant lot to buy them or not buy them, but remove them, you know, and have them relocated and set on a permanent foundation. I mean, you know, when we developed Glenbrook, there were a lot of old cabins and we relocated a lot of those from Cottage Field into an area outside of the development. And I think there is value. You know, we designated the Lakeshore House as a historic structure. It's on the register, and we're losing a lot of, I think, valuable properties in the Tahoe Basin. A lot of them have been years ago have been demolished. The Tahoe Tavern, you know, a lot of other properties that today would be considered a valuable resource from an architectural and historic standpoint. So but I understand that some of these properties fall into disrepair and there's not much left to rehabilitate or preserve. But I'm just wondering, for purposes of 67.4, if staff is not going to be required to confer with the state historic preservation officers, that maybe we can give them a directive, not that they wouldn't do this voluntarily without encouragement, to consult with local historical societies and with the Washoe tribe if it's a Washoe site, just to give the public some comfort, you know, that we're taking our stewardship of these historic resources seriously. Yeah, any comments? John?
Well, my comment was based on my local government experience, where it works best is if the local government proactively goes in and identifies districts, and within those districts, if there's specific structures, and then even if they don't get into real detailed level, you can at least put like a zoning overlay that says this is what happens in this district. So you're right, it happens best at the local level.
But maybe, you know, when we're processing an application, staff can confer with the appropriate person at the local level, you know, to make them aware of the fact that this structure has been designated as historically significant, or may be, based on age and architectural design. I don't know, you know, so much of Tahoe's character relies on these historic or potentially historic structures. We took our walk around Kings Beach the other day. I don't know if you made any progress on that little log cabin that I pointed out to you, but you know, it was charming, you know, and to me, it just kind of epitomizes what's wonderful about Lake Tahoe, you know, that rustic appeal. And I think it was slated for removal and possible demolition. And I don't have an answer today, and I'm not expecting a solution from staff, but I do think we have to take this more seriously because we're losing a lot of our heritage. And I think that's really unfortunate.
Maybe a suggestion, to your question of, you know, the local government consultation, that is part of the process, and Placer is actually the, you know, they're most engaged. They get into this in the most detail of all the local agencies. You know, what I'm hearing is a lot of interest in looking at historic resource policies. The amendments we put forward are really about, you know, saving a few months of time each year of staff time. They're not really fundamentally changing what's reviewed. So this is the type of thing, if there's discomfort with these amendments, it's not intertwined with other amendments that could be, you know, just deferred, and maybe you prioritize a historic resource protection initiative through your priority setting process. That, you know, I think I said at a prior meeting, you know, there's 30 improvements here. There's no one magical fix. Each is making it a little more efficient or a little more clear. But if we do 28 of them and not 30, you know, that's fine. Or 26 or 22 or whatever it is.
You know, Brooke and I may be the only ones who are and Ashley, the only ones on the board concerned about this, but you know, I would just hate to, I think your idea of putting together a resource protection policy is a good one. But I just don't want to lose anything that may be significant in the process with the adoption of this amendment. So I don't know if anyone else agrees with that, but.
Well, we haven't all had a chance to speak yet, so I was
Yeah.
getting through all your issues.
Okay,
But yeah,
well-
do you want to go ahead and ask?
Sure, yeah, why don't we do that?
I mean, yeah, I'll just, kind of echo that concern and hope that we can talk about this a bit more and also underscore the tribal, when we're talking about historic resources, we're also talking about the cultural resources. I appreciate you flagging that, the consult with the Washoe tribe. I mean, that language is in here and that
Mhm.
remained in, but that's also so important too. Like we have such a great, as you pointed out, history with these small cabins, but the Washoe resources are also really important and big part of our history as well. I also had a very random detailed question on the definition of an EV charger. I think it's 90.2. No, let's see, where is it? Yeah, 90.2. I'm curious if the definition is meant to exclude Tesla chargers, because it's talking about, universal EV chargers. I assume that's CHAdeMO and CCS, but currently Tesla is proprietary and not being used for other vehicles yet. You don't have to have an answer right now. I just would.
I wish I did have an answer because Jacob, who's working on these climate amendments, kind of fed me that language that I understand had come through some type of committee process there. What was important about that EV charger language is it does not include the parking space in terms of a coverage exemption. If there's a desire to make sure Tesla chargers are included, that could certainly be included in the motion. I don't think there was an intent. I understood it was supposed to be for all EV chargers.
Well, yeah, and I think they are working to make their chargers available to other vehicles, but I don't think that's hit until 2024, 2025. So
We could potentially just massage the language to make that really clear, because I don't think any of us want to be an impediment to people putting an EV charger next to their driveway.
yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, Vince?
I guess I just had a question that because there's a lot of comment about the historic resource valuation process. And we discussed this a lot more in our pick where it came up the first time. And my memory from that, and I just wanted to see if it's clarified because I think it might help some other people, is, I mean, we aren't weakening the process, we're just streamlining it, but the same the same historic review will happen for these projects. It's just right now, because we have to go back 50 years, that's 1975 or something, buildings, that's as we move forward in time, it's capturing almost everything in the basin, very few of which actually have historic value. So this is helping us take resources that would have been spent on all those other buildings and be able to dedicate it to ones that are more critical. So in effect, we might be doing even a better job with actual historic buildings. That was my recollection. I don't know if that's
That's
really the
correct.
case.
It's all the same review factors. It's a more efficient process is what's put forward, but everyone would still need a historic resource determination once your home hits 51 years. Same type of standards if you are determined to be potentially significant, but a somewhat less cumbersome process. 95% of them are kind of the no-brainer. This isn't a big deal, but obviously there's great historic stuff around the basin, and that 5% can be important. The bottom line is, this is a relatively minor, shift in the scheme of the overall package. So whether it moves forward, I think you could have some comfort level that the same things are being looked at. If you want to hold it in abeyance until maybe looking at historic resources more comprehensively, that's fine too. I do want to note that Shelley, the process you spelled out, you must have read the regional plan, because that's basically what the regional plan says we should be doing. So this is kind of taking it back to the higher level. We don't have a historic threshold. The regional plan, kind of has a framework laid out for that, and seems like a pretty good framework.
That's how I understood our discussion at our pick last month. And also, I do care very much about historical structures. I bought a house that was built in 1906, so I've been remodeling it for decades, and I can tell you it still has issues that need work. But I do think it's important that the public understand we're not weakening anything on historic. And in fact, the states haven't been reviewing a lot of this, right? And they just wanted to make sure our language was misportraying what was occurring, correct? That's how I understood it at our pick as well.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not weakening anything on historic. And I think the policy discussion that I heard from Brooke Shelley in regard to this was the changing of our neighborhoods from small cabins, sometimes historical, sometimes not, but they were small and now they're large. And what we're seeing with the change of property values that, have created, due to supply and demand, people are willing to pay much more for a home in Tahoe than any of us who work and live here can afford to pay. So how do we, those are the issues we're struggling with. I think that's more a policy than this particular discussion, because I completely agree. We've got to take a broader policy look at how our neighborhoods are changing and what that means. And I think the housing amendment package is coming, and we'll have more discussion on that, but I completely agree with both of you that these are important factors. But if we're making a substantive change, I think that's more a policy discussion at another time. That was my understanding. So. You, Shelley, sorry, we were just giving you feedback when you said, I don't know how other
Appreciate
going.
that.
Yeah.
I requested feedback and I got it, by golly. Let's see. Where was I going with this? Oh, well, we're going to be later this afternoon talking about some, changes with respect to the facilitation of affordable housing. There have been instances, and I know there are not a lot of receiving sites, but, when you consider the cost of wood today, the cost of construction, if some of these houses are in reasonably decent shape, they could be relocated to a receiving site and could provide some affordable housing. And maybe that's a creative way of not only preserving the resource, but also addressing our affordable housing problem. Rather than just demolishing something and sending it off the hill into the landfill, actually reusing it, repurposing it. So just food for further thought. And I agree with my colleagues that none of the changes being proposed here, since SHPO obviously is kind of uninvolved at this point, are going to make a significant difference. And I am confident that staff will continue to take this seriously and do their due diligence when it comes to potentially historically significant properties before demolition permits are issued. So I'm not as concerned with that, but I did want to bring up something that we discussed in legal. I don't know if now is the appropriate time to discuss it, but we had a legal committee meeting earlier this morning, and it had to do with a proposed demolition of a rock crib pier and a reconstruction. And some of the elements of the reconstruction are consistent with our current criteria, and some are kind of a perpetuation of things that are non-conforming. And we decided, with the cooperation and concurrence of the project proponent, who, as you know, obviously based on what John said earlier, the appeal has been continued because of our willingness basically to pull section 90.2, which is entitled Other Terms Defined, and it's on page 150 of your packet. And it has to do with the expansion of shore zone structures. And the advice of the legal committee, and hopefully you will find this useful, was to pull this out rather than adopt it and then come back at a later date and further amend it, so that we can have further discussion, more in-depth discussion about how the language might be modified to encourage rehabilitation projects or demolition reconstruction projects, as in this case, that are environmentally beneficial. I mean, removing a rock crib pier and replacing it with a single pile, open piling pier is beneficial for, water circulation, It eliminates scouring or reduces scouring. It is beneficial for fish population. We don't want to discourage people from undertaking these oftentimes expensive projects that are environmentally, have an environmentally beneficial component, but may not be entirely compliant with our code. And that's a difficult thing to do, to weigh and measure the offsets, you know, and the pros and cons. But we just thought it wasn't appropriate for us to be making policy or suggesting policy changes within the context of a project like the one proposed and within the context of a committee meeting. So I'm just recommending that with the concurrence of the rest of the board that we pull section 90.2 and make, you know, perhaps reconvene the Shore Zone Committee. I know it's not called Shore Zone anymore. But to solicit additional public input so that we can come up with a policy that makes sense, not only in terms of bringing piers and other structures into compliance, but also recognizing that, you know, sometimes we can't have the best of both. And if, you know, if the environmental gain is offsetting, more than offsetting, the allowance of existing structures to continue with certain things that are deemed non-conforming, that it's something worth discussing.
Great. So we'll bring that back when we get to formulating motions. Any other questions in the room before I go to our three members on the line? No one's raising their hand. Belinda, your mic is open, it looks like. Did you want to say something?
Yes, definitely concur with all the comments that have been made regarding cultural and historical sites. And, you know, I'd like to propose that at some point, you know, we maybe try to get an assessment of what some of the local codes are on this. You know, are there some historic districts that have been designated or not? And, you know, having a good understanding of you know, how cultural areas are described or designated by local jurisdictions, I think would be really helpful for us in doing our work. But to go back to actually the comment that was made by Ashley specifically about, you know, what are the metrics that we're going to be using in particular in ensuring that this, you know, this work, which I think is needed on many different levels, but that, you know, one of the prime benefactors of this will be, you know, employee satisfaction, employee, you know, sentiments that right now are, you know, hey, we're doing a lot of work that isn't really giving us the value that we need in terms of improving the lake. You know, having something to be able to measure that, is it actually, you know, accomplishing that goal, I think would be really beneficial. Excuse me. And I'm assuming that, you know, a lot of the recommendations that have been made were made based on initial feedback that was provided by staff. So it seems like we have a baseline maybe to measure from, and that's something that we should be checking in to ensure that these changes have actually, you know, achieved that goal of having greater employee satisfaction. So that's one issue. And then the other is that in terms of the implementation plan, you know, I applaud staff and our consultants that thinks that we can do this and within the time frame. And as I recall, and maybe Arlo, if you could bring that slide back, the implementation schedules seem to be a little aggressive to me, but maybe you could talk to that issue in terms of, you know, how you think that this, you know, that we're poised to actually be able to implement that within the time frame that was suggested.
There's a couple phases of implementation. The initial, I think what you're probably referring to, the 2-month period
Yes.
Before the ordinances go into effect. That's kind of phase one. That's training everyone on what the new code language is, so that as applications come through, everyone's applying the new code language before it goes into effect. The longer term work and the harder work comes with this phase 3 initiative of, you know, really trying to move the needle a little further on process improvements at the very technical administrative level. That's definitely going to require much more than 2 months. It's kind of an ongoing shift that's almost perpetual. And then these monitoring programs are also, you know, on the time frame of years, not months. The code changes themselves are not incredibly complex because The people who are reviewing applications, whether they be at TRPA or through MOUs, they've pretty much already been doing this. This is kind of the guidance that has developed over the decades. So there aren't really dramatic changes, putting aside the minor application process, which is just for TRPA. This is really putting on paper those interpretations that have been made in the past. So that's the easy part. The harder work will continue beyond that.
All right, thank you for that. That's all I had.
Thank you, Belinda. Jessica or Megan, did you want to weigh in or have any questions at this point?
I do not think so. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to speak over you, Megan. The only comment I was going to make was just to sort of affirm, Chair, what you and Member Honigman said as recollection of what we discussed at RPIC, and that these code amendments, including and especially I would say the historic properties ones, aren't really going to change the basis for making those determinations or make any major policy changes, that these are sort of an administrative fix to help staff with processes, as Arlo has explained. But I just wanted to comment that that was also my understanding of the presentation we had at RPIC last month.
You're nodding, did you?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. He's agreeing with you. Okay. And Megan, you didn't have any comments as what I heard. You both were speaking and I couldn't.
Yes, sorry, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, then I had a couple questions. The stakeholder group, did it include the local jurisdictions as you were processing these? Because we know we have
Yes.
MOUs with you and.
We
looked
did
at this.
several rounds
Okay.
with the local jurisdictions, with the league, with all the stakeholders. As the recommendations got more detailed, it was brought back, and recommendations incorporated in to the extent they didn't kind of stray outside the process framework of this project.
Okay. And then the states, were both states involved in the stakeholder groups? Did you have any representatives? I know state historical was, but I'm looking at other.
I didn't interview state officials. They were kind of kept in the loop through the agencies here, and some weighed in and some didn't. We really worked closely with the league on the nuts and bolts of this and kind of the environmental considerations. So the applicants and the staff and kind of the people directly involved in permitting.
Okay. Appreciate that. And then on the auditing, how in our audits, especially on single family residences, what do we see? I mean, people that have a permit, this is my bias, I guess. If you've gone through I'm more worried about people who do things without permits. Okay. Cause I mean, I see that everywhere. Right. And that's a bigger concern to me personally. But the MOU, people that are in there for a permit and to get it closed out, are we finding a lot of issues there? Because I think they're on their toes when they've got a permit they need to close.
Not a lot of issues. I believe they've all come in over 90%, and it's generally like minor adjustments. It's not like you approved a home that was too tall.
Yeah.
It's in the nuance, those kind of corrections.
And
This is John Marshall. This is not a audit of the performance of the landowner as to how they built their permit. It's an audit of the local jurisdictions.
Right.
And
Okay.
did they correctly issue the permit?
Okay.
Did they apply the rules
Okay.
consistent with TRPA direction and
Thank you for
meaning?
that clarification.
So
I jumped. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
so
I
it's really looking at, it's a delegation issue.
And
It's
so
a check
within
on
that, are
delegation.
we seeing violations picked up? Because I know there's some concern that we're reducing that audit number. You wouldn't be recommending that if you thought there were ongoing issues with the jurisdictions, I would think. We don't want to lose that. I can just speak as one local jurisdiction. That's hugely valuable to people working with their homes, that they can go to their local building department and get through a process without, especially those on North Shore, with trips to South Shore for review and delays. So,
The only time, well, there's three basic measures we use when we look at allocations, giving allocations out. One is, did they do what they said they would do according to NDEP or Lahontan in terms of the Lake Clarity credits, so it's water quality. More recently, like I think about 4 or 5 years ago, they had to have three components of a short-term rental program. And then the other one is we audit the permits that John just explained. And what we've found is the only time we've had to hold back allocations because local governments didn't meet those three criteria were related to not having all the components of a short-term rental program. We haven't found any significant problems with delegation of the MOUs.
okay.
Or delegation of permitting. We, at one point, I think, brought to you some improvements that we thought needed to happen, but never enough to hold back in the allocations.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Arlo, if I could go to you said something earlier that I wasn't aware of. So the additional coverage for hot tub sheds, greenhouses, non-permanent structures without foundations, that's been in practice. We're not changing how we look at that up to 120 feet for those structures.
That's correct. That's been in since 2012. And in my opinion, it's been very successful incentivizing water quality improvements and bringing people out from the dark of just doing it. That's been in place. We're also keeping in place the aggregate limits. There's a 10% aggregate cap. This can only be done on non-sensitive land.
Right.
There's a whole suite of aggregate limits. That all stays in place too. What we're really doing is clarifying what qualifies and what doesn't, consistent with past practice. And that one, what I consider to be a very minor amendment to the up to 30 square feet for small utilities, because that wasn't directly covered as you can't call a utility pole box non-permanent. It has to be permanent, but it's a minor thing and it's a good thing. And that would be allowed within the same aggregate caps of everything else that's already allowed.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. I wasn't aware of that. So, and then I think finally, I agree with a lot of the comments that have come from the board. I definitely think there's some policy issues that you're hearing a lot of consensus around that we want to work on, and the all EV chargers. So, but that's the end of my questions. And then I think the board will have more dialogue after we hear public comment on this matter, unless there was anything else staff wanted to say before we go to public comment. And then timing wise, do you want to go ahead to public comment and then take a break for lunch?
It's the will of the board, perhaps a show of hands in the room for public comment, and then how many online, and then you might have a better sense of that, if that
Okay.
works.
So in the room, do we have public commenters? We have one here in the room. Online, will you raise your hand so staff can kind of assess how many of you would like to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, so far one hand is raised online.
Okay, well then I would suggest we go ahead and take the public comment that we're on, and then we might take a short break after that to kind of let staff figure out navigation through this. So Ms. Briscoe, would you like to come to the podium?
Thank you very much. I'm Jan Briscoe with the Tahoe Lakefront Owners Association. And we participated with Arlo and staff in coming up with some of these amendments. Unfortunately, most of mine didn't get by John Marshall, but it's not a perfect world. We appreciate the fact that staff is including some of these performance measures to actually come up with, how much does it cost to process an application? Making sure that staff is as efficient as possible. And I know in dealing with Tiffany and the staff, they do their very best. We like communication when a processing of an application. So we're hoping that improves, that we understand where the application sits, especially if they go 120, 180 days. We need to hear what's happening on those. We know that a lot of these fee increases, well, most of them are actually coming to the lakefront properties. And while most people don't have a lot of sympathy for those projects, it is quite, there are very different projects even on the lakefront. And so just saying that every lakefront should pay 10,000, some of those are small projects, and some of those are people who are just trying to do a minimal project on a small cabin. So, you know, not all of them are huge monster houses and piers and things like that. So a tiered approach, I like that idea of maybe looking at that for some refinements after we get more of the empirical data, rather than just this anecdotal. The staff says it costs us a lot of time. So we're supportive of that. Moving forward, we want to see actual numbers put to what does it take to do this project. And I do believe that we can do a lot of these code amendments. Some of them are crossing over to policy, as you've discussed today. We like that idea that we can bring those back. Let's have that discussion. Let's put those in place. We know from our perspective that enforcement of the additional dwelling units for us is very important. We don't want to see this program just become another way for people to expand their residences or their second residences. We really think we need to have a good protocol on that enforcement. So again, thank you, Arlo, and to staff. I just had one clarification on page 146 of your packet. There's a new term I haven't seen before, and I'm not sure if it's just a typo. It's called con-conforming, and it's on the right side of the page under 82.5.8. If the expansion will be a con-conforming pier completely into conformance. So I think that should be non-conforming. It's just, you know, Shelley isn't the only one who brings up housekeeping, but thank you again, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, those of you online, anyone want to raise their hand to, you'll be called on and allowed to comment.
Madam Chair, the hand raised is Nicole. Nicole, if you unmute, you can address the board and state your full name, please.
Yeah, hi, it's Nicole Rinke, Deputy Attorney General with the California Attorney General's Office. Hi, everybody. I know that this has been a kind of long item, so I appreciate the time. I think a lot of my comments have been touched on. I would love some clarification regarding the 120 square feet additional coverage for hot tub sheds, greenhouses, and quote unquote similar improvements. To me, it does look like it's additional code language or new code language, not existing code language. So I know that Arlo has said it has been in code for some time, so some clarification on that would be great. I believe it's on page 125 of the packet, the actual description of the code change. There are also some code changes that allow for more exempted coverage if you are over your limits. I think this is specifically in code section 30.4.6 I believe. And I just had some questions about the way it's written. It basically allows exceedances of existing coverage limits for certain instances. And I'm curious about how to sequence that so that there's no abuse. So that's an item that I would like greater discussion on. And then there's also in 90.2 some definitions for what constitutes land coverage. And there's a definition about natural rocks that are used in landscaping. And they would no longer count as coverage if they are quote unquote in their natural location. So that seems kind of like a vague concept that could actually lead to more difficult interpretations from staff. So I think with those changes, those are specific changes within the land coverage section that we would ask be deferred so that we can have greater discussion on, unless they can be resolved today. I'm also noting my time ticking, and I'm hoping that I get the additional time that governments are afforded typically. The auditing section, I agree with some of the comments that have been made by board members regarding concerns about the decrease from 10% to 5%. John Hester indicated that the most common problem that he has seen, I think it was with these are audits of local jurisdictions, not of individual permits, that the most common issue is short-term rentals. And I think with the code changes that are being discussed around facilitating affordable and workforce housing, the auditing of this issue is even more important because obviously we, and I think TRPA and the board want to make sure that those incentives are being appropriately used and not abused. So I would request that that either be brought up, back up, remain at the 10% level, or perhaps be deferred for greater discussion. Another item that is concerning is the, and I can't remember what page this is on in the packet, but it's the change to the mobility mitigation fee. This fee was a part of the critical discussion that occurred around the modification of the VMT threshold, which was a pretty recent discussion. There are changes to the fee, and the proposal is to, and I think this is in 65.2.4D, that it be changed from mirroring the San Francisco whatever index to using the Western states CPI, but it's not apparent that language that it be based on the Western state CPI is actually not, does not seem to appear in the language itself. So I don't know if that's a clerical error or what, but the stated intention just isn't being mirrored in the code language. And it's also not clear to me what effect that would have on the actual fee. And so I'd like to have further discussion around that and for that to be potentially deferred. I think, as you all know, my office was heavily involved in the discussions around the threshold amendment, and this fee was an important component of that. So having some further discussion would be much appreciated. Likewise, with the shoreline amendments that are being proposed, there's a few things within there that were quite important, and those are that was a pretty recent package of amendments that was approved in 2018. So the ability to discuss those individual items would be greatly appreciated. A few things that caught my eye in particular were changes to the relocation of boulders, with boulders being defined as greater than 10 inches in diameter. That just seems kind of like a low number. I think Shelley talked about that at the RPIC meeting previously. So having discussion around that would be great. Also the fee changes. I think most of those are not problematic, but except for Jan, but nevertheless, it would be nice to have some discussion around that and to understand what the impacts of those changes are. And also the change, which I think is in code 2.2.2F, which would be having multiple use piers and buoy field expansions no longer going to the governing board for approval. That's something that I think was specifically negotiated during 2018. And so having greater discussion around that would be great. And then finally, the concerns about historic resources and how those are going to be treated. If, I don't totally understand based upon my review, whether those are simply process changes or policy changes, but I do agree that having an understanding about the policy impacts around that is important. If what's being proposed today is just a process amendment and it's truly process, I think sometimes process can lead into policy, but if it's truly process, then I think it's fine to probably move forward with those changes today with the understanding that greater discussion in the future should occur. I was trying to cruise through my comments, so I did not yet acknowledge the efforts that staff has put into this. And I did talk with certain staff members before the meeting today and just want to acknowledge that we do appreciate that communication very much. And we do make an effort to talk with staff in advance of these meetings to express our concerns. So thank you all for listening to me and hearing these comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. We appreciate it. Do we want, are there other public commenters have raised their hand?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then, and sir, you just came in the room. Were you here to comment on this item? Okay, thank you. So we'll close the public comment period. Staff, do you want to address those issues before we break or wait till after we break?
May I suggest, Madam Chair, that we break for lunch for 30 minutes and we will revisit and appreciate all those comments and then bring that back into the meeting after.
Okay, okay, thank you. Good afternoon. The board will return from our lunch break, and I want to go to staff. We heard quite a few items of concern from board members and from our public commenters, and I wanted to turn it over to staff to lead us through a discussion on those specific items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. What we'd like to do is address some of the concerns that we heard, which we really appreciate, and appreciated the spirit in which all those concerns were delivered. These are important changes to consider. So Arlo Stockholm is going to walk through with the team some of the specifics that were raised, and then we'll have some more board discussion, and we're prepared to make some suggestions about how best to move forward after that. So thank you.
Okay, Arlo Stockham, I'm going to give it my best shot to go through the items listed, kind of in the order listed, and if I missed anything, just tell me so. I think the first suite of questions / concerns involved coverage exemptions and non-permanent structures. That is in Code Section 30.4.6A. It's on page 64 of your packet. And really, this answer applies to pretty much all the changes in the coverage section that we handled similarly. There are a bunch of new words and a bunch of new content that documents
Arlo,
long-standing.
can you hold on 1 second?
Yes, of
We're
course.
just trying to catch up with you. So
So you're on 64, page
Okay.
64 of your packet.
Okay, thank you.
64 is our packet and financial report.
Am I looking at the wrong packet?
Am I looking at? It's the way they're numbered, yeah, that I think it's a problem.
Okay, so maybe go by code section then, 30.4.6A. It's within the table of
Page
changes.
125 of our packet.
Okay, all my page numbers are wrong. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. That's okay. I had it right in front of me.
Um,
Okay, I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Arlo. So go back with your
Okay.
start again.
So you see a whole bunch of new text in this section, talking about different types of coverage. What we tried to do throughout the coverage section and really throughout all of these code clarifications is put in writing the longstanding practices, how things go, so people, whether it's applicants or staff, have a more consistent understanding of what the rules are. So none of this is new. All of this has been happening for quite some time. The one EV charger change I mentioned earlier is really the only section here that strays outside what is already happening and has been happening for quite some time. So on temporary structures, right now we have very simple language that was adopted in 2012 that says non-permanent structures up to 120 square feet can be exempted from coverage calculations. There are a suite of limitations that apply and will still apply. It has to be non-sensitive land. They need to have, importantly, BMP certificates, and they need to fully mitigate excess coverage, which in practice can end up being a bill up over $50,000 in some cases. So if you're on sensitive land or if you have excess coverage that has not been fully mitigated, you can't do any of this. The amendments list a whole bunch of examples of what has been determined to be non-permanent coverage. Generators, HVAC, things that list here is that list. Generators, hot tubs, sheds, greenhouses, but the and similar improvements was the question, I think, concern that could be broad. The real standard there is it has to be non-permanent. It can't have sanitary sewer service. But for example, I just reviewed an application that proposed a non-permanent sauna. So it's virtually impossible to list every example of what a non-permanent structure could be. So that's why we had kind of the list of typical examples and then the or similar improvements.
So again, reiterating, these properties to have this exemption for non-permanent structures, they must be BMP'd.
Yes.
With a compliance certificate. And they, what was the other criteria?
There are two others, non-sensitive land only, so it has to be high capability. We're not
capability.
doing this on SEZs or other sensitive land. And probably the most significant for many properties is to mitigate their excess coverage. So most, not most, but many, many developed properties in the Tahoe region have more legally existing coverage than would otherwise be allowed. That difference is called excess coverage. And in order to take advantage of these exemptions, you have to pay a very significant fee to fully mitigate all of that excess coverage and bring the effective coverage back to what is allowed after mitigation.
Okay.
So it's, Julie, I know, has done reports previously, but this has been one of the most powerful incentives TRPA has to get BMPs installed, to get mitigation fees paid, and to really get water quality improvements out of sheds. And the reason they got included is back in 2012, unpermitted sheds were the norm all over the region. So kind of the idea was, okay, this is already happening. They're not BMP'd, let's leverage this for environmental improvement. So that's that one. And again, you see similar language in the pervious decks and the pervious coverage, kind of in addition to clarifying what qualifies and what doesn't. We have some standard designs like pervious coverage. If you have a certain design, you don't have to do all these studies and calculations to show it's pervious. It qualifies. Again, just trying to not make it quite as difficult to take advantage of that incentive. So that's on the coverage question. Should
okay,
we do
let's-
questions one by one?
Yeah, let's do questions one by one, if that's okay with staff. Are there any follow-ups? I jumped in and before asking any of you if you understood, I apologize. Melinda or Megan, do you have any questions on the coverage issue? I appreciate the clarification. Okay.
No, thank you.
Oh, Brooke?
I'm sorry, yeah, I was reading, I just want to make sure because this is recommending that the words are located on non-sensitive lands are struck.
There is, I believe that was
125?
redundant language to the overall qualifications. Where are they?
Yes, you moved it to a different location. Okay, thank you.
I didn't really emphasize throughout this code, we have a lot of repetition and redundancy, and in a few cases, inconsistent provisions. So we tried to stick it to one regulation for each topic.
Madam Chair, Julie
Yes.
Reagan, I'll just add, we had a story map at our April board retreat that walked through some progress since the regional plan update. And since those coverage exemptions were included in the 2012 plan, we've calculated that we got about 1,000 new BMP certificates for people who are taking advantage of those coverage exemptions. So we did incentivize more water quality protection. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any further questions there. Second item?
So I guess we have a couple semi-related topics in the definitions. So we're moving to section 90.2. I think we can start with the coverage definition, which is on page 150. This is it's at the bottom. 151, I'm sorry. So starting at the bottom of 151, I mentioned earlier that the coverage framework is incredibly challenging for staff. It sounds so easy, but when you read that definition, there's nothing there that you can measure that someone would say, this is coverage, this isn't coverage. It's like a judgment call. And there's so much development potential, the development potential at Tahoe is based on coverage. To have such a loosey-goosey definition of something so fundamental to what people can build or not build creates a lot of problems. There are never-ending discussions, applicants trying to convince staff this really isn't coverage. Look, water infiltrates. It just gets really circular and absorbs a huge amount of time. So we tried to put in writing, again, how that has been interpreted over the years. So nothing in this definition is new or different than what is already occurring. It's just writing down the rules. The concern raised, I think, was about the bolder language here. what boulders are is, if you think a rock, they're often used to retain or stabilize unstable slopes, sometimes in landscaping, like a little rock wall feature around a garden. It's that type of stuff. That has never been considered coverage. It's rocks surrounded by dirt, even if those rocks may be a little bigger than a foot. But it's not written down anywhere. So again, we were getting into interpretations. Hey, isn't this boulder coverage? But then some boulders, if you could just picture a concrete patio and maybe some boulders within the patio, and none of that's pervious, that hasn't been treated, or that has been treated as coverage because it's just part of an impervious deck. So this list of what different features, what is considered coverage, what isn't considered coverage. Probably the most common examples we hit are the post foundations and walls. When does that become coverage? Utility boxes, at what size are those coverage? And rocks were that other topic. So we, again, just wanted to put in writing how this has been interpreted. I would say there's also in here, I think, BMP, coverage added with BMP installations is not counted as kind of negative coverage against you. Fire defensible space, those types of things. If we were to start calling all those things coverage, that would pretty dramatically change what's allowed and what's not allowed. These changes here, from our perspective, don't change the rules. They just put the rules in writing. Maybe I'll stop
Okay,
there.
are there follow-up questions on that item to better clarify the boulder issue? Okay.
We
Not
will, maybe I should jump down because one of the topics towards the end of the list involved governing board review of shore zone structures. And, oh no, I'm sorry, the page above it is the PR. I think there sounded like consensus to pull that section out that's on the page above, so I won't spend
On
a
the
lot of time on that.
expansion?
The expansion versus modification, unless you want a further explanation.
I
that is
don't,
on
but
that
I had the
page.
benefit of sitting through legal and I just, my feedback was that I wasn't questioning so much what was an expansion, what wasn't. But I was questioning, there is environmental benefit from removing a rock crib in those situations, and how does that weigh in that? So I don't know that that's a definition as much as it is a policy, and that's where I was struggling with what you've written. I can't disagree with, but I think the committee felt that there was benefit to removing potentially the rock crib here that could be credited toward this. So I don't know if it's here that we want to pull it, and I'm more than willing to do that because we talked about it, but I think that was the discussion I was supporting.
Madam Chair, the applicant's representative expressed concern that if this language is adopted, even though the current code language is what he's operating under in connection with the processing of his current application, he was concerned that that might have a detrimental effect on his ability to proceed with the processing of a future application. So I think it was a determination that we would pull it and hope, for additional discussions, maybe at the committee level, certainly with the individual applicant, to see if we can't craft some language that would provide incentives for people to bring, their structures into compliance, even if it's not fully in compliance, if the benefits outweigh, the lack of compliance. And I think we need to kind of, we need to come up with some language that would appropriately highlight that opportunity.
So, yeah, good policy discussion. It's
Right.
not, it's fine for us
Okay.
to not advance this, to advance it wherever it lands.
Then that's fine. I think it was a difference in my interpretation of that was going into policy versus a definition.
Isn't that going into policy?
Well,
I should clarify, this is a written administrative interpretation of code that has been in place. So
Right.
this isn't new stuff either.
So
It is a more
to
recent
pull it
one.
to change that would be making a policy change.
well, I
potentially
think there might
within
be a
this process.
further definition that
If I
could
could
be
just
included.
clarify, what this additional language does is if you look at the sentence in black just above on page 150. It says within the shore zone, an expansion means blah, 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 blah. And then this is just, what this language does is just clarify what it means, what it includes and what it doesn't include. This is how we're implementing that sentence now. So if this is removed, it's not going to change anything. What it does is it takes a little bit step back, that we're not going to add this additional language that really clarifies what is covered and what is not. So in that particular case, we denied that application because it was an expansion. We would still do that, but what we're allowing a little time for is to think as a staff and to talk with the applicants and shore zone representatives of stakeholders about, is there, given the specifics of that proposal, did we get the policy right about what should be a prohibited expansion versus perhaps what should be more labeled a modification that allows that to happen without bringing the entire structure into conformance. Sorry to get into the details a little bit, but so removing this language will not change how it's been interpreted.
Yeah.
So this was
we may
clarifying.
But we may come back with additional language on the definitions. Is that correct?
Not so much on the definition of expansion, but perhaps the code language in chapter 82, 81, 82, existing structures on, right now there's a prohibition on expanding a non-conforming structure unless you bring it into conformance. And so that will stay the same, but what we're looking at is there something, given the specifics of this particular application, which was kind of illustrative, do we want to make a recommendation to you all to adjust that kind of balance that was struck in the 2018 shore zone plan?
I don't know. It just seems like backing it. I mean, if this is generally codifying what is, that seems like a, shore zone policy change that would just happen independent of this particular process, but.
Yes. So, but this language on page 150 is really just clarifies what that prior sentence talks about. The prior sentence will remain. So we'll continue to implement that as illustrated by these provisions or this extra language, the new language.
Is this just solving a problem to allow staff to know what to bucket in expansion or not expansion? So that they don't have to define it every time they get permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I also just add that, John, during our deliberations at the legal committee meeting, part of the agreement was that we would recommend that we pull 90.2 as it relates to pure expansions in exchange for the applicant basically postponing his appeal. As you'll see, it's agendized today for consideration, so that we have an opportunity to talk about how we incentivize people to gradually bring their non-complying structures into compliance.
And just to clarify, you're just talking about the removing the peer relevant sections of 90.2 from being moved forward, not the rest of 90.2, right?
Right. Yeah. Just the other terms.
Just the blue language on page 150. Which was going to be added. That's what's proposed to be added. And what we're doing is saying, let's take that off of this package and work it a little more together with this issue regarding how do we want to the degree that which we want to incentivize the conversion of rock crib to open piling piers. Right now, you can do it by either reconstructing your pier or by modifying your pier. But you can't do it when you're expanding your pier. And the question is there some different line that we want to draw in that? And that's the policy question that is not being presented by this amendment, but we want to talk about with stakeholders.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments on that item?
I think I'll just chime in that it's difficult for those of us that were not in the legal committee because we read the item that was supposed to be before us today. And so my only concern would be that we're not pulling this off so that we can get, certain stakeholders' opinions as to what it should or shouldn't say. I think we should do what is environmentally right to do. And the fact that we have an appeal right smack in the middle of this is just making it difficult to understand.
If I can just weigh in one more time, I don't want to belabor this too much longer, but I mean, this peer application was kind of the catalyst for us to reconsider the language that's being proposed. And one thing Arlo had suggested, and maybe this is a broader policy discussion, should we have a variance process? Rather than having to, include some sort of exception in every portion of our code. And so we just thought that the project was the catalyst, but from my perspective, you read the definition, current definition of a modification versus an expansion, and frankly, I was having a hard time placing it under either category. I mean, because it's a tear down basically in a rebuild. But what are the environmental benefits, and do those environmental benefits outweigh making some minor concessions to the applicant?
I see puzzled looks, but I think based on the amount of dialogue, that's certainly what legal committee recommended, so. Okay, Arlo, go to the.
We'll go to the next one, which involves the single family auditing. This is in code section 50.5.2 E3. It appears to be on page 141 of your packet. The language is actually very simple. It just changes 10 to 5 on the audit rate. But this is a biggie in terms of staff time and budget and trying to reconcile the fiscal deficiency that the department's operating under. There's also some associated language towards the bottom, which essentially has us use 2 years of audit results for the calculation. That's to kind of maintain the status quo on ranking, because you can't get to 90% with only 5%. Brandy McMahon is the planner who actually handles these and spends a bunch of time doing them, and she's available for any questions or to elaborate. One thing she emphasized to me is we're doing 300 single family audits this year, and this would reduce it to 150. So there's kind of a question. This was something that was brought up as kind of a very high priority for TRPA staff, and also the local agency staffs spend a great deal of time working through auditing 10% of all projects. So I'm not a statistician, I'm not going to pretend to be, but you start to get to the point of statistical significance when you have very high audit rates, and are you really going to get a statistically significant improvement by doubling the number of audits you do? Certainly the project team is very much in support of dropping it down, and we think 5% is still quite a high audit rate when you look at different types of auditing programs. I also wanted to clarify this auditing program doesn't just apply to the local agencies. Essentially, TRPA is auditing ourselves as well, and making sure we're issuing permits correctly. But again, Brandy can add on, but it's really a financial recommendation that, as part of this effort to do more without having to raise fees more, this was kind of felt to be one of the lowest value activities that are taking a lot of time.
Before Brandy jumps in, and thank you for being here, Brandy, Julie Reagan again. Just to follow on that, I just wanted to rewind back to the 2012 regional plan. And this was a very important policy issue that the board wrestled with and the stakeholders wrestled with in terms of moving into more area planning, local delegation of permitting. And this was an agreement and it's now been about 11 years. So we wouldn't be bringing this recommendation to drop it to 5% if we thought there was a real risk, because we know from all the science and hearing from, Dr. Schladow, like the policy shift has been away over the decades from the residential, single family home, each garage, 1 square inch of coverage, haggling into more area-wide treatments, bigger issues with transportation and so on. So just with that context, maybe Brandy, you can shed a little light on this from a reality standpoint of your time.
All right, thank you. So once again, I'm Brandy McMahon. My sole responsibility here, or my title is I'm the local government coordinator. So I'm working with local government staff almost every day, responding to questions they have about projects, attending meetings. So we've really tried to be very proactive to prevent problems with permits by being responsive to the local jurisdictions. Right now, we are auditing 10% of residential projects. And what that means is we're doing at least 30 audits per jurisdiction, because we're going out to at least 10 sites per jurisdiction and making sure that properties are winterized appropriately before winter. We're going to 10 sites and making sure that projects, final projects are consistent with the approved plans. And then we're looking at projects that were reviewed and permits issued by planners. So what we're talking about is reducing that in half. So we'll still be doing at least 15 audits per jurisdiction. And my main goal is to spend less time auditing and more time training the local jurisdictions. I think it's a better use of our time. The audits are helpful because they do, show if there's an issue, and that's what we use to develop our training programs for our local jurisdictions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Great, thank you.
I'm not seeing any questions. Okay. Great, thank you.
Okay, next up on my list at least are the mobility mitigation fees and the indexing of mitigation fees. Let me find the right page. This is in the rules of procedure, section 16.2. Do we have a page number for them? It's gonna be, keep on going, somewhere around 160, 168. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had the wrong page numbers. Which one is it? There are a couple different indexes used for annual indexing of fees. Most of them use the Western States CPI, but I believe it was the rental car mitigation fee was set up using a San Francisco CPI, basically a different CPI. So staff's going through like calculating different. We'd like to use a single cost of living adjustment. I think there was concern that the indexing language was taken out of that specific question. How we dealt with that was in 16.2 overall. It talks about all fees subject to indexing would use the Western States CPI. So the indexing language is still in there. It changes from the San Francisco CPI to the Western States CPI, consistent with how all the other fees are indexed.
Okay, any follow-up clarifications needed on that?
Just another efficiency improvement that won't, save a lot, but save a lot.
Light on.
Well, I think there was a question also, Arlo, about did we change, was there language that only allowed the fee to go up but not down? And was that changed?
That I need to dig into a little more. Let's circle back on that one. Code section. I think the next one, we'll come back to the increase, not decrease language. I built upon part of this was some initial work was done by Jacob, who I think has joined us online. So I didn't draft every word of that section. So we'll circle back to that. The next one is kind of a biggie. It's governing board review. Which projects come to governing board, which projects are approvable by staff. We're in section 2.2.2F. And we are on page find this there. So, yeah, there's actually two sections that deal with this. Right now, various shore zone approvals, most notably the piers and the buoy field expansions, are subject to governing board review. Hearings officer review in some cases. So that language is being pulled out of the section calling for governing board review in code and being added into the rules of procedure section, chapter 12, requiring noticing. So the language is perhaps less important than the substance of, do you want to see every peer come forward to the governing board? Would you like to see more contested piers or buoy field expansions only? There's also a fee component. Governing board reviews come along with 180% fee multiplier to reflect the extra cost. And the new process that was proposed was 125% multiplier. So if we retain, and that extra fee covers, in theory at least, the extra staff time involved in preparing public hearings and attending and everything else. So really it's kind of a choice, you know, if we're going to continue governing board review, there are going to be additional costs similar to what we have now and higher overall fees for applicants to support that. We thought we could, you know, streamline the process a little bit, still flag contested issues and avoid the need for that type of fee. I hope that helped.
Okay, any questions or clarifications on that?
Yeah.
Ashley? I'm
So sorry, you were saying the current fee structure the fees go up 180% for governing board and the suggestion is 125%.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there are fee multipliers
Okay.
associated with different things. Right now, a hearings officer is 140% and a governing board is 180%. That's been in place for quite some time and it's pretty close to accurate. We're proposing for this notification process without automatic hearings, 125%.
Okay, got it. I heard that wrong. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yes.
How many times, I mean, we obviously, we see your projects come before this board as consent calendar items. How many times, can you tell me in general terms, have those items been removed because they're contested? In recent memory, not many.
No, I think we've had one, John had some questions on one that we talked about. I can't remember if we even pulled off consent. But generally they're left on consent.
Okay. So there's not a lot of risk.
That one was pulled off of some neighbor concerns, I recall. But I think that was the only one I heard.
And our thought was that through this public noticing, those neighborhood concerns could still be elevated. It could still be brought to this board when those cases arise.
Okay. Yes.
What would be the threshold for elevating it to governing board? Because it says if it's contested, is there some kind of measurement?
It would be a neighbor appeal. Someone who got notified would know about it. Notification is really to let them know there's something in process they can already appeal. But if they did, you know, they provide input to staff keeps them in the loop on where it is. And if they don't like the outcome, they appeal it.
So any one person can appeal and then that would
anyone
elevate
can
it.
appeal.
Okay.
Any other questions? I keep looking at you, Belinda, but I don't see your hand go up, so. Okay, Arlo?
So the next topic I have involves the suite of historic resource changes, and it's located in several areas. I'm not sure we need to go into code. There are the several kind of interrelated changes. I didn't hear many questions or concerns about the idea of bundling them together with projects and processing concurrently. I think the biggie might be that if a property is determined through that process to be potentially a potential historic resource, that right now automatically kicks it up to a hearing, a public hearing in front of the hearings officer. And the recommendation, those have become, you know, the approach to deal with those under the current code has become fairly standard, and staff felt that not a lot of value was added through that public hearing process. But, you know, I think it's another one of those things where, you know, if it's a public, this isn't a huge thing. It'll be a little bit of a higher cost for applicants who want to come in with a potentially historic structure. It'll be a little bit of a longer time, but it'll also be a higher level of review. And this one, you know, does get public noticing now. As it's written here, it would just go straight to staff level. So there is kind of that middle ground of making it a public notification, but not an automatic hearing. Different options, but I kind of heard what you would almost say is a consensus that maybe we should hold off on things historic and look at it more comprehensively as part of more of a policy initiative. And, you know, that's an option too. This is probably, you know, in terms of efficiencies, you know, certainly less significant than the auditing one. And
Okay.
that's what we have.
I think sometimes, my view, you know, as one board member, well, I'm jaded only in that I'm over 50 years old and I know that over 50, we need
We need a determination, don't we?
retrofits done, so, or something. But I do think that as we look at that standard of 50 years in general, with so much of our housing stock having been almost mass produced, we're getting away from the idea of old historic cabins that truly are, or old historic houses, into kind of a time when a lot of things were thrown up pretty quickly for the Olympic era and the North Shore anyway. And what does that look like? So if, you know, trying to streamline that so anything over 50 years doesn't trigger that, I guess, but.
I should probably speak up for Jen, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's kind of the department's historic resource expert. And she's really hoping, however this shakes out, that we can refocus on more notable historic areas in particular. That's probably the approach she's going to recommend is, you know, there are certain parts of the region that have, you know, quite a bit more historical significance than others. You know, maybe it's not every home over 50 years old has to go through this, but there are, you know, certain more sensitive districts or approaches. So, and that's the framework that's set up in the regional plan, is to kind of look at, you know, historic matters of regional significance more than the routine 51-year-old house.
Okay. But it isn't a huge amount of time right now.
It's well, part of the time, the SHPO consultations delay everything 30 months or 30 days, sorry. 30-day delay, but no, there will be additional time, but the fees go up correspondingly. So yeah, more staff time, more fees. That would be the consequence.
Okay. Any other?
Just a
Yes,
clarifying question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify and maybe to put a rumor to rest, but I have heard from the public that we're not even doing the SHPO process. That's not something, and that we haven't been doing it for a long time.
My understanding is we ship it off to the SHPO, but the SHPO doesn't do a lot with what we ship to them.
So I think that it begs that question of what more should we do, at, you know, at, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for clarification, anytime that you're using federal funds, it triggers a NEPA. It requires going through what's called a 106 process with SHPO. If it is a state agency and only dealing with state and is using state funds, it triggers a 106 process within SHPO. It has to. It's just the way the rules work. But if you're completely private property, that's a different concept. Then you'd have to go to local control, trying to state that you want to require something. I don't think you have the right. I don't think SHPO gets involved unless, again, it's using state funds or federal funds in that aspect. And I think that's kind of something we need to point out to people. There are 6 homes within the Nevada portion of Lake Tahoe that have been listed as natural historic sites. Anything done with those homes automatically goes to SHPO. There are 6 that I see from the National Historic Map in California, but one of them is a dam, actually. But in that respect, other than that, if it's private property, it doesn't, SHPO is not going to necessarily review it because, again, it's private property unless the private property owner was the person who put it forward. But I don't think the government can sit there and tell SHPO to review something if the private property does not want it done. That's just my opinion, but I'm looking around, people want to clarify that for me, that'd be great.
Let me ask you a question. There are such situations where I'm assuming the state has a historic resource list. In other words, a list of historic properties that they deem to be historically significant. You know, there have been situations where whether you consider this historically important or not, where, I don't know, Abraham Lincoln slept in the bedroom, you know, upstairs in a house somewhere in Carson City at one time. You know, the question then that kind of elevates it, I'm assuming, to a state level, right? Because Lincoln was a man of federal importance and state importance. So I guess, where do you draw the line? I mean, from a practical standpoint, if the folks at the state don't have the time or the inclination to review these applications, then it's kind of a waste of time to even ship it off to them. Because they have obviously their own list of historically significant properties that they're focused on. You know, I mentioned earlier to John, I didn't mind if this wasn't pulled, but, you know, I think that we've talked about a number of things, including taking, you know, a district approach to establishing the significance of buildings within a specific area that may have been part of an older resort, for example, that dates, well, Glenbrook, for example. As I mentioned earlier, we put the Lakeshore House on the register, and the Jellerson House is also considered historically significant. So that would be a historic part of a historic district. And I think that's a great approach. And then developing a historic resource protection policy would also be something I'd like to see not put off indefinitely if we move forward with these amendments today, because there is some legitimate concern out there that certain things are slipping through the cracks because it's not a top priority.
With that being said, you asked a question within there, and it comes down to if the state or the nation has designated a certain area to be specific and is listed as a historic area, then yes, you are correct. In Nevada, they petitioned and had the Comstock mining as a district designated, but that also comes with strings. You have to remember, even as a private property owner now in that area, if you want to put solar panels on, not going to happen, because it's been deemed to be out of context for that area. The same with windmills or any other type of renewable energy. And so there are, there are good and bads to both aspects.
Changing out windows. We had that with the Lakeshore House at Glenbrook.
Correct.
We had to actually hire a consultant to work with SHPO to give us authorization to change out windows so that it was properly insulated. I understand it's kind of a trade-off.
Madam Chair, this is Belinda online.
Okay, you came for wisdom from here. Belinda, yes, Belinda, your hand is up. I'm sorry.
Yes. No worries. So I would just like to chime in here that, there are situations where things aren't currently recognized, and, most historic sites have been recognized or get to that point because they have been cultivated by local residents, historical societies, and nominated to be preserved either at the state or national level. So I think that we need to leave ourselves open for that potential. And I don't think anything in the current recommendations precludes that. But I, also just want to emphasize that understanding what some of the local protocols are already for how to recognize historic and culturally significant sites, because a lot of times, at least the small background that I had while I was working with the Park Service on these issues, that there are things that frankly don't have a building that are of historical and cultural significance. And in particular, I would think a lot of our native cultural sites would fall under that kind of purview. So I think it's something that I would like to see us explore further. But I personally don't see anything in the changes that are being recommended right now that precludes us from doing that. But I would just like to put that out there, that I think that there may be some opportunities. I mean, maybe there is, a site that was created, for the Olympics that, has some unique architectural elements to it that we would want to see preserved. So, I think it's all very situational in nature.
Thank you, Belinda. Any follow-ups? Board? Okay. Not seeing any. Arlo?
So you may end up with a historic policy discussion. I just wanted to point out before we move on, the regional plan has kind of two key policies on historic. One is regulatory and one is incentives. And we don't have any incentives in code. So this historic resource plan was last updated around 1989. Values were different at that time. And when you get to that point, just some commentary, I'd encourage you to consider incentives. I think local governments dealing with historic resources often find that incentive-based approaches are often very effective to protect and preserve historic resources.
Thank you.
I think our go back item, and I believe the last item on my list was that more nuanced question about the fees and about them never decreasing. John, go
I
ahead.
found that it's on page
Yeah.
142, 6524D. And there is some substantive language that's removed. So we recommended that the sentence starting fee adjustments are limited to increases because this is a mitigation fee, that remain in place. So we would not delete that sentence. The rest of it is just, it's about where the fee is located in the rules of procedure.
So that applies if you have a recession and a negative CPI, it would just stay flat.
Okay.
Okay. Were there other topics we didn't miss?
I
Did
think
miss
the one
anything?
I had written down was about EV chargers, including all EV chargers. That was,
Yeah,
Alex, I think, brought that up.
If we can include in the motion, I think we should just exempt all EV chargers and delete that language about universal. I don't want to get into confusion later.
Satisfactory with you, Alex?
Yeah, I think that works just to make it totally clear. Thanks.
So you covered all my notes. Were there any other issues that had come up from board members that I didn't write down? Because sometimes I don't catch them all.
Madam Chair, Julie Reagan here, just the fees in general and whether to phase in fees, go forward as proposed, phase them in or bring that back. That was that last item that we discussed in our caucus. And I have a series of suggestions that we could lump that into when we wrap up the general clarifications.
Okay, board members on fees?
Well, phasing certainly reduces sticker shock, but on the other hand, if we are, if staff is working and not getting, and an agency isn't recouping its investment, then that's going to become progressively worse over time if we delay fully implementing the increases. And it is cost recovery, so.
It's a pretty simple balanced budget question. I mean, it doesn't mean we have to go balancing now, but definitely the imbalance, the longer this isn't addressed. Or if we don't do as many efficiency improvements, obviously there's more expenses there, less revenue coming in. I think the department's upside down about $100,000 a month.
That's pretty substantial.
So that's why you see some stress in the eyes back there, because they've got many of them 30 or 40, applications stacked up, and Chris is struggling to find money to hire someone new. And that's just the overall dynamic being dealt with.
Well, I know most people believe that it's like imposing a tax. Generally, taxes are not unimposed. And that's concerning to some people. But I think if the efficiency processes are effective, that maybe we can revisit these fees and actually reduce them if in fact we are going above and beyond our cost recovery objectives.
And I also want to point out, it may have slipped through, if you're not a lakefront property, there's a lot of areas where fees are going down. In particular, your town centers and area plans would experience a 25% reduction. So just something to consider as well. This is kind of a rebalancing.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that was a great dialogue to go through each issue individually, and I appreciate you taking the time with us, because I know you've been through this for 19 months of discussion. So Shelley, have you written up a motion? But does staff have a suggested motion based on our dialogue? It sounded like there was a lot of issues that we fleshed out and felt comfortable moving forward on. I think we wanted to look at the definitions of 90.2 on expansion and delay that as the legal committee. had suggested we want to include all EV chargers to be subject to the exemption. And then I'm not sure where we ended up with historic resources, so I would ask.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, if I could add to that, just in the spirit of moving us along, and I thank you for your patience and your engagement in this, and we do have a committee meeting to get to, but a couple suggestions. I heard a lot of concern about the historic resources, so I wanted to give you my commitment as your director to go back to staff to say, how can we accelerate the historic protection policy? Because really, I think that's what we all want to see. As a person who's renovating a home from 1872 right
Oh,
now
you beat me.
in the historic district, where a lot of things on the outside of the house are very closely monitored. So I appreciate that. And that this is an issue that I think if we can move forward with those other provisions, it would potentially free up the staff time to give us the bandwidth to be able to really get at the issues that we want to solve. So we could accelerate and discuss a timeline at staff level for really being more strategic about historic preservation. As an option, we could continue the hearings officer review versus just simple notification, which is the proposal. So that is an option that we could give more comfort, I think, to keep that extra level of hearings officer review, which is the current protocol. So that's an issue that we could offer with historic. Another option, in the spirit again of moving this along, is to bring back all of the fees next month when we look at the inflationary adjustments. We're all very cognizant of the cost recovery and the need to move forward, but wouldn't want that to hold us back today. We could just separate out that piece of the motion and bring that back in the overall discussion of fees, which will be coming in October before you. So those are some options for you.
James?
Madam Chair, in that respect, I think if you'd entertain a motion, the concept, I think, of keeping their hearing officer review for historic locations and things of that nature, the EV change in the policy, I think we all agree with those changes that will help streamline the process and a lot of the work that's being done by the TRPA. I'd be remiss to want to vote on a fee change when the next month you're going to ask me to vote on another fee change. Even though that one will be CPI, I would request that they go back and take a look at the concept. Is there a number that would be reasonable that maybe we could increase all existing fees by a certain percentage to help cover that gap until we have sufficient time to do a review over a year of which fees are actually problematic and are not paying their way, and which ones need to be adjusted, or other ones that, like, you know what, we could actually potentially lower that one because it's not taking as much time. But that would be a motion I would try to put more eloquently if you'd entertain.
I would certainly entertain that. It's my job.
Okay.
But I wanted to just clarify on the 90.2, the legal committee's recommendation. Did you cover that?
I would
The
include
whole-
that as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so is everyone clear on the motion? Any further discussion? Okay, then I would ask Maria to, all right, John's looking confused.
Yes.
Mhm.
I make a motion that we pull the 90.2 section as well as keeping the hearing officer review for historic.
I'm
Also-
sorry, just the 90.2 section regarding expansion of non-conforming structures. 'Cause
Correct,
There's a
that you
lot of
mentioned that.
90.2 is a whole big,
Mhm.
Only the aspects that was discussed earlier on page 150.
thank you.
Adding to that motion, the hearing officer review for historic, the discussion taking place to just not use the term universal on EV charging, just allow it to be all EV charging. And then all the other policy aspects that were within the requested change that Mr. Stockholm put forward, but leaving out the fees for a later date. For the next meeting.
I'm sorry,
Because
James,
we-
I thought that was your motion.
Yes, it was.
It is.
So we have a full motion on the table.
Okay, but it's not consistent.
It's not in the form that you've got here.
I'm sorry, yeah, you were right. We need to do the findings first if you want to shift to
Page 191.
91.
91.
Right. Got it.
I'm sorry to interrupt it. I'm having a hard time hearing some of the table. I don't know if everybody's microphones are on,
Oh,
but I
thank you.
missed. On Marshall said a minute or two ago, completely missed it.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I would move. A motion to recommend approval of the required findings attachment D, including a finding of no significant effect for the adoption of amendments of the Code of Ordinances, chapters 2, 30, 37, 50, 60, 65, 66, 72, 84, and 90, absent the discussion of 90.2 in reference to page 190, 150. Rules of Procedures, Articles 5, 6, 10, 12, and 16. Design Review Guidelines, Appendix H, and Fee Schedule to implement recommendations of the printing improvement project.
Okay.
And then 2 and 3, I think I have to add the rest of them, or does that one do it?
No, we'll do the first one.
Okay.
So
Okay, we have a motion, and is there clarity needed on that motion?
What about the 65.2.41?
this is just the findings.
Okay, got it.
And
Okay,
then when
got it.
we'll do that specifically on the, but thank you for reminding me.
Okay, great. So we have a motion on the table. Mario, will you call the roll? And those of you online, did you hear the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We already took the public, yes.
Ms.
Maria?
Aldine?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Ms. Conrad Seda?
Yes.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos?
Yes.
Ms. Dis?
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Honigman?
Yes.
Mr. Rice? Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lemare?
Yes.
Ms. Williamson? And Ms. Gustafson?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. And then on our second motion.
You're on, yes.
Number 2, is this where we put in the recommendation of the EV? Would that come into this section?
Correct. And then the chapter 65 amendment regarding the mobility mitigation fee.
As you just said, added on to a motion to recommend approval adoption of ordinance 2023 attachment E, amending ordinance 87-9 as amended for the adoption of amendments of the TRPA Code of Ordinances, chapters 2, 30, 37, 50, 60, 65, 66, 67, 82, 84, and 90. Rules of Procedures, Articles 5, 6, 10, 12, and 16, and Design Review Guidelines, Appendix H to the TRPA Governing Board.
I'm just running through to see if we have all the amendments in it. Was there a specific amendment we wanted to keep regarding the hearings officer?
Yes, on historic
Historic.
and pulling 90.2.
Pulling 90.2, adding to that motion, and the discussion of keeping the hearings officer review for historic.
Okay.
And then 65.2.4.d.
And the EV charger portion we've mentioned.
And
the 60.2.
65.2.4. Language retaining that, the deleted sentence regarding price adjustments.
That's
or
exactly what I
mitigation
meant.
Fee adjustments.
That's exactly what he was, yes.
You're ahead of me, John. Thank you.
You got it. Okay. We're clear. Any questions on that motion? Okay, Mario, will you call the? Do you? Oh, yes, Mario, go ahead.
Ms. Conrad Seda?
Yes.
Ms. Aldine?
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos?
Yes.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich?
Yes.
Ms. Dis?
Yes.
Mr. Honigman?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Rice? Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lemare?
Yes.
Ms. Williamson? Ms. Gustafson?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
And then I think we're,
Skipping, if you do not want to, If you do not want to make the fee adjustments, skip motion 3.
Just skip it altogether, don't
Correct.
table it. Okay. I don't see a motion being suggested, so we'll bring that back next month. Okay, so we have concluded
Madam
that.
Chair?
item? Yes.
It prefer, my overall opinion would be to bring it back when we bring back the other inflationary adjustment number. I don't know what month that'll be, but just my overall opinion.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are on the docket for October, so it should be next month, but if that were to shift, we would bundle it
Okay.
together.
Thank you. Bye, John. Okay. So that concludes that item. Let's see, my cheat sheet doesn't give me all these alternatives, so I have to go back to, and we've already mentioned, and do we need a motion to table, item 8? That just being withdrawn, the legal committee recommendation.
No, we continued that on
Just
the agenda
continue.
setting.
Okay. Then we're on to reports. Julie.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your patience as we move through. That was very important. So appreciate the problem solving spirit of all of us working together. I have a few slides that I will run through. I know we are eager to get to our regional plan implementation committee, but if you would just indulge me for a few more minutes. There are about a handful of items that I just wanted to bring to your attention before we adjourn the board meeting and hear from our general counsel and any other reports, and then go into our pick. But the first item is about the New Zealand mud snails. And some of you may have never even heard of such a critter, but I do have a few of them right up here that we can pass along, and you can see how very tiny they are. And they are now in Lake Tahoe, and we are working very rapidly with our partners to address this new threat. So the snails were discovered by our contract divers as a part of our normal monitoring, and they are usually undetected in a lot of water bodies and very generally are found in rivers and streams in the mud. It's unusual to have them in the lake. We have a dedicated incident team in place. I've sent you a lot of information on this, so I'll just focus on some of the newer pieces of data since the last email. Since we last communicated about this, we've established a new protocol, and we are at the tail end of boating season with the season changing and paddle season, but we have issued new protocols that what we call the in and out boats that leave the lake and go to another water body and then come back. We are now doing mandatory decontaminations, and we're stepping up our education of paddlecraft and with anglers as well. And we're working with our local partners, our science community. The Tahoe Science Advisory Council is convening a 5-member technical advisory panel just in the next week. Actually, we were able to pull this together very rapidly, and then also fold that into an upcoming science conference to bring the best scientists to bear to look at what our options are. I want to give a big thanks to our team who mobilized quickly. Our staff members were ironically at the Western States Invasive Species Conference in Salt Lake when this happened. And at the same day that we discovered that, a detection of the larval stage of quagga mussels was found in Idaho in the Snake River, which is of great concern given that quagga have not really entered the Columbia River Basin, and with all the hydroelectric power and all the natural resources at stake in the Pacific Northwest, that happened at the same time. So our announcement was a little overshadowed with that big news with the group, but we were surrounded with experts that we were consulting with in real time. And we are continuing to do so with them, with national experts and with scientists to look at how we can get the answers we need. How long have they been here? What could have been the vector? We may never know exactly what the vector in terms of how they got into that place in the south end of the lake, but we're researching that. So we're not agendized for discussion or deliberation on this, but I do have Dennis Abaglo, who's sitting here as running point with a very big interagency management incident team, can answer questions, and we can bring that back for a more formal discussion at another time. But I wanted just to give you the latest, but I'll stop there if there's any immediate questions.
My only question might be, I'm not seeing other lights go on. How many in and out boats do we have? I mean, that's a pretty massive undertaking from my understanding to do decontamination on every single one, but maybe I'm,
Uh, Good afternoon, Dennis Spagalo, Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for the record. These would be, well, we have about half of our fleet is in and out. It's about 8,000 on an average year. It's only when they would be coming back to us.
from being somewhere else.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, it's not every time. Okay.
And at this time of year, it's minimal.
And is the cost of that decontamination borne by the boat owner or, okay.
Correct. That's correct.
Sure.
And then just to round that out, I want to actually be really clear that the mud snails are different than the quagga mussels. We have never found any detection of quagga mussels in the lake, still after 15 years of the boat inspection program. And this species was really ranked very low on the threat level of our invasive species action agenda, which is a very collaborative document and science-based. So now we're elevating that now that we have this new information, and we'll bring back more information for you going forward.
Would it be possible to just share the educational materials you're sharing with paddlers and others
Sure.
with the board?
Absolutely.
Since we all probably have a lot of friends who paddled.
You bet. You bet. Great. And the kiosks at public beaches are inspecting paddlecraft and toys. Whether it's 100% inspection, is questionable, but I would say every time that our staff have gone there, they've been asked. And then we have a lake keepers program too.
Yeah, the Tahoe Keepers program is a stewardship program where it's trained to self-certify, and then we partner with specifically U.S. Forest Service and other agency staffs that have people present at those popular launch points to do a query to make sure, and if there's any concern, then they get sent to an inspection station for further inspection and decontamination.
Okay, thank you. So getting the word out, the media went far and wide, coast to coast. I had relatives on the East Coast that saw us all in the news and were concerned. And I think we're mobilizing awareness and support because everyone cares about the lake. And this was very concerning to all of us. So we'll continue to get that information out, and I'll take the next slide. And then that's just a quick clip of the action agenda. And I'm not going to go through this, but what I really wanted to emphasize that this was a science-based plan that we've all agreed to. And then if we now need to go forward and update that, that's the process that we'll go into. And we have had some of the highest levels of funding for invasive species from the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, from the states, from the private sector. So it is a well-funded program, and the amount of monitoring that we were doing is far and above what most lakes are doing, but we need to do more. And we're trying to find a way to fund that.
Yeah, I just add that, we often talk about the success of our program, both in prevention and control, but something we don't talk about is our preparation and planning. And so we are highly prepared with our rapid response plan. That's part of our Lake Tahoe Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan. So that's helped us tremendously to get this process rolling.
Dennis, based on your knowledge of these snails, I mean, where they have been found in mass and other bodies of water, what are the detrimental impacts?
Very similar to other invasives, they outcompete food, certainly.
At that size, they're that competitive.
Yeah, usually they're in the thousands per square meter, so there's quite a few of them. So they will outcompete natives for food, and then also potential impacts to native fish species. The literature is somewhat, I don't want to say incomplete, but it's not as complete as other species that we have. When these things were popular or first being discovered in the United States, there was significant research being done, and then quagga and zebra mussels hit in the 80s, and everybody kind of dropped and started investigating those. So we have much more information on quagga and zebra mussels than we do New Zealand mud snails. But we were actually just in the process of having the national management plan updated. It's from 2007, so we want to have that updated. And so Tom Booz from our staff and I are helping in that process. And so we're hoping that plus our new discovery will spear additional research. We do have 2 national experts that were at the meeting Julie just mentioned that will be on our science panel in a week and a half.
So the species originated in New Zealand. Do we have any data from New Zealand about how water bodies have been impacted?
Well, they're native there, so there's not necessarily an impact. They
So
grow
they-
actually quite a bit larger and are, positives species.
Well, I mean, in terms of, for example, we know that the clams, when they die, they contribute calcium to the water, which leads to the growth of algae. Any similar impacts that you're aware of with respect to these mud snails?
Certainly when they're in concentrated populations, they'll excrete, and that's a lot of nutrients that are being
Yeah.
added to the system. So it'd be a similar type of
Okay.
impact.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Alex.
just a quick question. And we kind of talked about this yesterday, but just trying to understand the funding for this type of monitoring. And I mean, it sounds like some parts are well funded, but maybe there's funding gaps. And just trying to also understand the timeline for monitoring, if it's every 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Sure. Yeah, and what that looks like.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll ask either Kim or Dennis if they want to jump in and I can fill around.
From our monitoring standpoint, we have a monitoring plan for a lake-wide monitoring approach for plants that we implement. The last lake-wide event was in 2018, and we're currently doing a repeat of that as we speak, and it was happening before this discovery. So we have adjusted that to be more intense, deeper, slower to be able to identify these species. So we have funding for that. But the overall action agenda talks about lots of different research, lots of different species that we haven't addressed yet with like fish and clams as far as the treatment capacity. So we're about halfway to that $75 million goal, presuming LTRA is reauthorized.
So the 2018 lake-wide assessment, are those supposed to happen every 5 years then? So next one will be 2028?
We have varying recommendations. So a lot of people are doing research in Lake Tahoe. The action agenda talks about annual dive surveys for our highly known locations or high priority locations where we've had previous infestations of weeds. The monitoring plan does discuss a more frequent surveillance of those, but and then Dr. Lars Anderson, who's a national expert on these weeds, has suggested every 3 to 5 years. So we try to balance our resources with those varying recommendations. And we're trying to do a 3-year process, but Caldor and then some funding issues pushed it to this year.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it'd be great just in the future to better understand what funding is needed and if there can, if there's more funding available to do more frequent monitoring, I'd love to know about it.
Yep, we'll keep you apprised of that. And in general, science and monitoring we have additional needs, so we can talk more about that.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. Thanks, Dennis. I'll take the next slide. I think we're going into happy news, the event center. Dedication. We had a ribbon cutting, and I really want to thank the several members of this board that came out to celebrate. There's a couple of us. And Member Hill, if you're on the line, the photographer was going around at the event, and as many of us attend many events, there's always pictures being taken. And the question was, well, where do these pictures ever go? Do we ever see these pictures? And there it is.
You got it. Looks great.
I will make it available to anyone who wants that, but it is a major accomplishment in our community to dedicate this event center here just a stone's throw practically away from this office. And the bi-state collaboration of this board, I want to congratulate this board for making this the best project it could be. Microtransit in the form of Lake Link resulted. The launch of that program was really a year ahead of schedule. And many agreements were necessary to move this forward. So there's still work to do. There is a stakeholder committee that is formed as part of the permit conditions that will now convene that the center is open to talk about that permit, the conditions, and making sure that we follow through on that and the data collection that's necessary. So that's ongoing. But it was a big moment in Tahoe for everyone. I'll take the next slide. A quick update on forest health. I'll send around or Jeff Cowan will send around some Tahoe clips from the news, but our own Dr. Kat McIntyre penned an op-ed in the Tahoe Mountain News talking about fire, because there's always a lot of concern. There's a lot of work going on, which is what we think is fantastic around the basin to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. But when you see a lot of heavy equipment near the lake, under utility poles, people get concerned. So the more that we can spread the message about the necessity for these kinds of really truly ecosystem restoration projects, the better. So I'll send that link around, but Kat did a great job talking about our overall basin-wide commitment to fuels reduction, ecosystem health and resiliency, evacuation preparedness and coordination, all the great work that's going on. And then also Kat, along with Jacob Stock, who we've mentioned before, attended a biomass field trip and discussion with a lot of different partners to the Washoe Tribe's Carson City sawmill. There's a picture there on the left of that. And we're engaging within the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team to continue looking at resiliency options for biomass either in the basin, in the partnership areas surrounding the basin, because we know burning piles in the forest is not really anyone's first choice. We need to find other options. And so you all have considered that through various committees and work, but there's just a lot of active work going on right now. I didn't want you to think that was standing still. I'll take the next slide. As I mentioned, the Tahoe Science Advisory Council is convening this conference. Pretty exciting to bring this back. It was, I think, since COVID that we've had a gathering of the science professionals and the community, and it's a little different approach where we're really trying to get more citizen involvement. And the keynote this year is Dr. Valerie Hipkins from the U.S. Forest Service's Research and Development Associate Deputy Chief. And looking also at things like citizen science. We're going to be bringing in the mud snail question into the science conference, and that's at the Lake Tahoe Community College. And so just wanted to let you know we're all, many of us are participating in that. I'll take the next slide. And then just a couple of rounding out announcements. Today, we missed our Vice Chair, Haley Williamson. It's her 40th birthday. So happy birthday to Haley, a big one. And I don't think she was born in the years Dr. Schlada was talking about the good clarity there. So, or she was a baby maybe with the year's best clarity since then. So happy birthday to Haley. And certainly another grand welcome to Alex Loomer, who we're very delighted to have. And we didn't really get to brag on your background. So I would just want to add a couple of things about your background other than being a neighbor out in Christmas Valley. The great thing about the summer is that now I can ride my bike from Christmas Valley on my end of the South Upper Truckee to the cabin where Alex and Brooke find themselves to get some work done. So that's a great benefit. But Alex is an environmental attorney specializing in climate and conservation policy. She spent 8 years as a climate policy analyst at the Nature Conservancy and has an incredible pedigree and has many deep relationships in Sacramento, particularly with legislative members and members of their staff and the administration. So we're really delighted to have you on the board, Alex. And then just a couple other things to round out. Dennis mentioned the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. The 7-year bill that we took 7 years to get done in Congress is expiring in December. We have appropriations authorized through next fiscal year. So we really go until September of 24 before we get into a pinch. So we are all pressing very hard with our delegations. So a few of us went back to Washington to meet with the delegation post-summit. I started doing that about 10 years ago while the summit is fresh in the minds of our delegation and staff, and reminded them of the great import. And so we were discussing how to get a 10-year extension, because without that 10-year extension, all the great work that we've been doing could really be threatened, and it's more important than ever. So we're working on that. There's also the issue of a government shutdown that's pending and consuming the nation at this point, and a lot of those issues are far beyond Tahoe, but there are implications. Right down to next week, we're having a field tour with our interagency executive partnership at Round Hill Pines, which is on Forest Service land. And we'd really like our federal partners to be there, and they can't be there if there is a shutdown. And so numerous implications to our grant programs, restoration projects that might get stalled. So we'll keep you posted on what we hear there. And then two other items. One, public comment. We did include some more information in the packet about public comment, which I think will be helpful for our members of our community to show that we really value and respect public comment, but we want also that comment period to be respectful. And if people are, not adhering to those policies and are using obscenities, like we just can't have that in our discourse. So we put that out there on the record, and we really want to encourage that productive public comment, because when we do have the other direction, it also provides a chilling effect for those that want to engage constructively. So we're really doing our best, and we're going to be bringing more into some fall sessions with you. We have threshold updates items coming, an update on some demographic information related to the 2020 census, some strategic planning work that we want to do with you over the next 2 months, and of course, housing policy discussion. So there is no shortage of work for this board in the next couple of months. So I just wanted to lay that out for you, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Julie? Okay, then we'll move forward to Mr. Marshall's.
In the interest of time, I'll send you all a little email with a few updates.
We appreciate you thinking about our time today. Okay, then I'll move on to governing board member reports. This is item 10 on our agenda. Do any of you have governing board member reports? Yes.
This sort of tacks on to what Julie was talking about, but this is Ashley Conrad Seda for the record. Kat McIntyre was also involved in the Wildland Fire Commission nationally, and the report is coming out today called On Fire, the report of the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission. And so I just want to commend Kat for working on that and thank TRPA for freeing her up, because it's a really important document that talks about increasing the pace and scale of wildland fire work underway throughout the country. So thank you, Kat.
Okay, not seeing others. Anybody online have a report? Raise your hand. Okay. Great, then we'll go to our final public committee reports. I almost missed committee reports. Anything from our local government and housing, legal committee, we covered operations and governance. Anything else? Environmental improvement, transportation, public outreach.
No, nothing this month.
Okay, forest health and wildfire, and RPIC we're moving to next. Okay, so now we're on to our general public interest comment period. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. Individuals or groups who have already commented on items listed on the agenda are not permitted to comment on that same topic. The governing board is prohibited by law from taking immediate action on or discussing issues raised by the public during this comment period. We'll hear comments on any single topic, and I won't go through all of that, but if you'd like to address the board, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands in the room. Anyone online, would you please raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised so far. Melissa Soderston, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I will be quick because I know it's been a long day. My name is Melissa Soderston, and I am here today not only as a 20-year resident, but on behalf of Tahoe Forests Matter, Eco Integrity Alliance, the John Muir Project, and Feather River Action to speak with you regarding the numerous commercial logging projects in and around the area. I would first like to state our collective objection to these thinning, fuel reduction, and fuel breaks and supposed forest health projects, as well as their partner projects, a new sawmill in Nevada, and proposed biomass facilities. Despite a growing consensus, including among Forest Service ecologists and agency-funded peer-reviewed studies, showing that these projects harm forest resilience to fire and climate, contribute to tree mortality, and are actually increasing fire dangers, we saw them grow exponentially this summer. Even post-fire areas are vital habitat, and as witnessed most recently in Hawaii, no amount of logging will prevent wind and climate-driven fire from reaching our communities. Yet almost all local, state, and federal resources are directed towards these timber projects, while almost nothing is spent on community fire-wise programs. We are here to encourage this board's commitment that TRPA funds be used solely for true fire-wise policies instead of projects harmful to our forested areas, harmful to habitat, lake clarity, local and U.S. climate goals, and our tourism economy. Fire-wise practices such as buried utilities, metal roofing, home out defensible space, higher pay for local fire departments, smoke centers, improved evacuation routes. Even the Forest Service and our insurance companies agree that these are the only way to protect life and property during extreme fire events. We hope FireWise communities will be achieved across the board with the help or across the, I'm sorry. We hope FireWise communities can be achieved across the West with the help of this board, and we can end the misguided and destructive commercial logging of our public lands. Thank you, and we can be reached at tahoeforestmatter@gmail.com if you're interested in more information.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Are there other public commenters?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one more hand raised. Doug Flaherty, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Just to touch on what the last speaker mentioned, I think it's time for the TRPA to tell the public that last 12 to 15 years of forest thinning that's been reported as successful and completed really amounted to, I guess the last figure was 750,000 burn piles stacked up behind the trees in the Tahoe Basin. When asked about this, the Forest Service said, "Oh, it's only 550,000." TRPA continues to mislead the public on this issue. You continue to do nothing about it. This is a national policy on the part of the Forest Service to apply their techniques to the Tahoe Basin. We're unique here. This isn't just a Tahoe issue, not blaming the current supervisor of the LTBMU, but we need to get aggressive with a plan that's considering all aspects of pile removal instead of just burning. We have a Lake Tahoe that is an impaired water under the Clean Water Act. Burning deposits nitrogen and phosphorus, one of the two major components of fire smoke, into Lake Tahoe. You guys need to quit ignoring this, get serious about using all options that are available, and quit lying to the public or keeping this information from the public. The Forest Service is your partner. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, you're right there with them as far as promoting keeping this information from the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Are there any other public comments?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment period. And is there a motion to adjourn the governing board? I have a lot of motions on that. So are all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We've adjourned at 3:34 p.m.